Order, honorable members, please. Honorable member Folate Kuna, please refrain from using your mic.
Honorable Minister, if you are to take your government seriously,
please take your seat.
I am on order.
Point of order. Please take your seat, sir.
Order.
Honorable members, please order. Honorable member, you know, as per the standing orders, each member is entitled to one question, one chance only. No, please sit down. No, please.
Yes, can I reframe my question? Yes.
My talk has been honorable member, if I do that, even though it might be seen as a discretion, but in effect, I'm also violating the standing orders and creating or setting precedents. Other members also will cite that as a precedent. Whenever I rule their questions, they will ask that I allow them to reframe their questions. And I want members, before coming into the chambers, to go to a very good carpenter, reframe their questions, and come to the chambers. Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, once the High Court decision is understood by you that the act was unlawful, that dismissal, it was declared null and void. What should be done next, you think, when you do an action and it is declared unlawful? What do you do? Legally, what do you do? Make it lawful.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yeah, it's not the process. Yeah, what's the problem?
Please, honorable members. Honorable members, please. Please, honorable members. There's a point of order from member for Opinion.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, Order 38, admissibility of questions. J, a question fully answered shall not be asked again during the same session. Honorable Minister has fully answered this particular question Honorable Member asks. So I can ask it again.
Honorable members, please order. Beside that, the implementing body for the Gambia Armed Forces or the Ministry of Defense is the Ministry of Defense, not the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. And the Attorney General and Minister for Justice was asked based on legal basis, and he has answered that question. Whether it is so the sufficient of those who ask the question or not is subjective. And I think this question is not under his remit and is out of order. Question number 255 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Upper Salu, and he authorized the member for Nyani to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, of course. Honorable Speaker, the contribution of district tribunals in the dispensation of justice in the Gambia is immense, as they have been considered the very foundation of our judicial system. However, they seem to be controlled by the executives from their establishment, removal, suspension, and supervision to the closure of cases they presided over without the Judicial Service Commission playing any role. Does the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice, in collaboration with the Minister for Local Government, have any plans to win them off from the executives so that they will be completely under the judiciary for both their administrative and judicial functions.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Indeed, as provided for under Section 120 of the Constitution, district tribunals are part of the Gambian court system, and consequently, members of district tribunal exercise judicial powers in accordance with the respective jurisdictions conferred on them by law. In addition to the Constitution, the district tribunals are established under Section 3 of the District Tribunals Act of 1933. The minister in charge of implementing the District Tribunals Act is the Minister of Regional Governments. And under the said Act, the minister prescribes the constitution of the District Tribunals, as well as the order of precedence among the members of the District Tribunal. Notwithstanding, Section 137 of the Local Government Act provides that a SAFO shall preside over district tribunals and hear and determine matters over which they have jurisdiction according to law. The person who presides over district tribunal, SAFO, is referred to as president of the tribunal. This is an additional adjudicatory responsibility vested on the district SAFO in addition to their role as head of district authority as outlined under the Local Government Act. We recognize the crucial role of the district tribunals in promoting access to justice and dispute resolution in our communities. However, the legislation that establishes district tribunals is a very old and archaic, and plans are underway as part of our legislative reform agenda to review this legislation to make it more responsive to the current realities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. As you mentioned in your answers that plans are on the way for reviewing this, how soon will those plans be?
Government have a very heavy legislative reform agenda, and I think it is this body that can be our witness. The number of bills that we have been sending into this House over the period is huge. So it's a process. We are reviewing our old legislations. As you can see in my answer, this is one of the oldest legislations, 1933. So we are reviewing them. There are quite a lot of them like that. So the review is a process. We are going through them. And definitely, I will not be able to attach timeline, but it's listed among the legislations that needs to be reformed as part of the overall legislative reform agenda.
Thank you. It's okay.
Member for Latikuna Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, before looking at the Act holistically, why not you amend Section 3, sub 1 and 2 for now, because this is very urgent. One of our judicial justice system is under a ministry that is supposed not to be. So why not we go for this, we amend Section 3, 1, 2 for now, then later we can look at the Act holistically. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There's point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on 38G. G. It states, a question shall not be asked for the purpose of obtaining an expression of opinion, the solution of an abstract case, or the answer to a hypothetical proposition. Honorable Speaker, the honorable member didn't ask a question. He is asking for the opinion of the honorable minister.
Order. Honorable members, it looks like the member for Latikunda Sabiji is putting up a suggestion. And even if it is a question, it's not out of order. Honorable Attorney General.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Attorney General.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Please, Attorney General. Honorable Attorney General, there is
Point of order. Point of order.
order.
Point of order.
Attorney General, there is a point of order from the member for Opanyomi.
Honorable Speaker, order 43 supplementary question. 43.4. A supplementary question shall not be in order if it is introduced but is not included in the original question. and the answer provided.
Please. Order, please. Please. That question is not out of order.
Point of order.
It's not out of order.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, order 8.3. The Speaker rulings shall be final on all questions of procedures and orders. You have already made a ruling on his submission. Why should we go for order again? Let's continue. These ministers are here. We are here to make questions, and we should not allow ministers to go like the honorable. These are interesting matters.
Thank you, honorable members. The honorable member for Opanyomi and other members who rose to the point of order, they did so in accordance with our procedures and law. They are not out of order by rising to either point of order, observation, or correction. What is out of order is when people are unseemingly disturbing or interrupting against the standing orders. Honorable Minister, please go ahead and answer.
We rather do the review comprehensively than do it in piecemeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if you look at the district tribunal, especially where the chief presides over these issues, many a time the issue of judgment is becoming a big problem. Sometimes it goes up to 5 years. You find it to come out with a judgment. And I know there's a lot of capacity gap when you come to the write-up and judgment issue. Will the review include this particular component in order to fill the capacity gap?
The review will look at all the bottlenecks because of their proximity to the communities, like I mentioned in my response. They are the beginning or the closest in terms of access to justice for the ordinary Gambian, especially in the communities. So all issues that affect that access, including timely delivery on decisions, will be looked into. Yes, the review will be very comprehensive.
Question number 256 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Council.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, considering the critical role that the judiciary staff plays in the administrative justice, what measures is the Attorney General, Minister of Justice, taking to address the welfare concerns of these staff members, including adequate compensation, training, and working conditions to ensure that these issues do not adversely affect the functioning of the courts and timely delivery of justice?
Thank you very much. Matters of staff of the judiciary are entirely the mandate of the Chief Justice and the Judicial Service Commission. The Attorney General will continue to work and support the Chief Justice to ensure that matters of staff welfare of the judiciary are given due consideration.
Yes, as a support to the Chief Justice, in the soonest possible time, what are your plans connecting to the Chief Justice to make sure these issues are addressed?
This is like asking me about the staff welfare of the National Assembly. Judiciary is a separate organ of government. They are not under the executive. Like I said, I only have to support them. It's not my mandate.
Yes. Question number 257 of 2024 by the member for Banjul Central. Yes, Latikuna Sabi.
Honorable Speaker, as we welcome and celebrate the new gazetted draft constitution,
could the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice furnish this August Assembly on reasons for the omission of some key sections in the Constitution?
The draft Constitution gazetted follows a thorough consideration and review of the draft submitted by the Constitutional Review Commission in 2020. An explanatory note reflecting the changes made by the government to the draft presented by CRC has been made public.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. As with regards to the explanatory note, why did it not come concurrently with the gazetted draft? Because from my understanding, it was later published after a public outcry.
It was in the works, so the draft was ready before the note, so the draft was gazetted, because remember we were working against timelines as well. So the draft was gazetted and subsequently the note was released.
So what specifically, for public records, were the reasons why these omissions came about?
The reasons are stated in the note, which is also public now.
Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you refer members to the explanatory memorandum that was developed by your ministry. I am requesting whether you can personally send this explanatory memorandum to the National Assembly instead of relying from the public space.
We are working on sending you advance copies of both the draft constitution and accompanied with the note for all the MPs. By now you should have got it, but I'm putting pressure that you have your advance copies.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I understand that the draft is in the public space, but again, I think we are also accountable to our people, so it will be important to hear directly from you than relying on the public space. So as such, what really influenced the changes without public consultations in the draft constitution?
It is wrong that there was no public consultation.
Member for Bakar, you have the floor.
Honorable Speaker, I think I have similar question to that of Janjambure. Honorable Minister, when the new draft was about to be introduced, and we are made to understand that you've made certain changes in the draft, in the old one, why was it not consultative?
It was consultative.
Nominated Member Fatou Kejawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, can you kindly furnish this august body with the previous omission with the omission made in the previous draft constitution and the current one, and in the consultation process, who are the parties concerned? Can you please kindly furnish this august body with the previous omission made in that draft constitution that was thrown out of this parliament and the current one, and the consultation, in the consultation process, who are the parties concerned?
This document is on its way to National Assembly. So if you are not in a haste, all the documents will be supplied to you when it arrives. So it's been gazetted to be introduced to the National Assembly. And yes, when we bring it, we will bring it with evidence of consultation and everything that was done.
Speaker.
Who's calling?
Please. Can I?
Next, Member for Banjul North.
Yeah, Speaker, for me, mine is not going to be a question. I think It is important for us to know. No, I know we are in this oral question and answer session. Honorable Speaker, please allow me. We are asking the right question at the wrong time.
Honorable.
This time is not the time. You see what the Honorable Minister is telling us. Let us wait for the right time and ask the right questions.
Minority Leader and Member for Brikama North. Minority Leader, Member for Brikama North.
The Minister, the Honorable Minister is always emphasizing there was consultation. Can he inform how...
Honorable Member, please. Wait. Honorable Member.
How did that consultation happen?
Honorable Attorney General.
Well, there are different consultations at different levels. For the political parties, they were brought together and they went through the document and they discussed issues that they don't agree with in the document. And this consultation, at least for the political parties, culminated into a convergence in Abuja. And there was a report that came out of that consultation. But it didn't stop at that. Some other levels of consultations as well took place.
Honorable members, on your behalf, I wish to thank the Attorney General and Minister for Justice for those answers provided to this August Assembly. Thank you. Clerk.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources. You may take the podium. Honorable members, questions for which due notices. Order, please, honorable members. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 332 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Fisheries and Water Resources inform this August Assembly how many villages in Same should have boreholes from the ministry that are not yet supplied?
Honorable Speaker, all villages throughout the country should be supplied with water by my ministry when the requisite budget is allocated. However, all these villages cannot have a standalone system. As such, some of them would have to be clustered to share a system.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, there are villages, not all the villages, but there are particular villages that the ministry mentioned that those villages should have borehole, even if it is going to be a cluster borehole. A typical example is Raneru. For how many years? Still now, they did not have their borehole. When are they going to have it?
I remember in answer to a question about this very system in Honeru, I did mention there was an issue which affected the drilling of the borehole. The issue has now been resolved, and anytime the borehole will be drilled and the system will be installed. I remember saying that in the National Assembly here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Yes, you mentioned that, but you gave me a particular month, and that month has passed. Still now, nothing is done there. I want you to tell me the actual month that this thing will take place.
I don't give specific dates, but if he has knowledge about any, I want to be reminded.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Point of order from the member for Lower Salo.
Essentially, I am not ordering both the two people, but the former, the Minister AG. I'm trying to order AG Cox 36, standing order 36. Wait, this is a point of order. Allow me to come. We have to make things straight. It's a point of order.
No, wait. Please, honorable members, please, order. You know what to do if you want to take the floor. There's a point of order from the member for Upper Salem. Can we hear him? Lower Salem. If you don't listen, you will not be able to know what he is talking about.
Order 36.2. A member may ask questions of the Vice President or a minister on a matter relating to their official responsibility. Honorable Speaker, members essentially asking questions is not to drill ministers, it's for the public cry. We are representing our people. But if ministers come here, I want to dribble members, giving us short answers without any relevance. That means it's not a respect to us. Honorable Speaker, we are in charge of sitting on these chairs to represent our people. For her questions, should not. No. I'm coming. It's an order.
No. You are rising to a point of order. The law allows you to rise and cite an authority and state, and that's all.
My case.
No, you cannot make your case here. Here is not a place to make case.
But the procedure is wrong.
No. When you rise to a point of order, you read the authority and say why. Please go ahead.
What I'm trying to put across is our essence of driving these questions is a public.
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Yeah, I'm on my floor. You want me to finish?
Let me address this.
No, I'm rising on a point of order because he has submitted his order already.
No, member for Sabah Sanjal, you are out of order. Member for Sabah Sanjal and honorable members, when he finished, I will give you the floor, please. Honorable member for Lower Salem, you are not rising to make a statement. You are on a point of order. And in so doing, you cite your authority and say, because of this, it's out of order. Please go ahead.
You can't tell me it's because of this, it's out of order. No. Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to put across is our essence of asking question. It's an important matter so the public.
Honorable Speaker, I'm on a point of order, please. Point of order. On a point of order.
No, member for Sabah Sanjal, please don't do that. No, take your time. When I finish, you will come, please. Order. Honorable members, the point of order raised by the member for Lower Salem. In part, we ask questions for ministers to answer. But for you to state that they're giving us short answers is out of order. There is no order or there is no law that specifies how long answers ministers are given should be or how short. And there is no law saying that this is the question you are asking, they must bring this answer. There is no law. For a minister or the vice president, their responsibility is to come and answer to Parliament and respond to questions. Once they give out answers, whether you are in agreement with the answers or not, you are given an opportunity for supplementary questions and other 5 members as well. With all that, even if you are not satisfied, there are legal processes and procedure which you could do to follow up to those answers and or questions. Either to bring up further questions, or you have other legal challenge. Whether the minister has misinformed Parliament or not, those are two complete different ballgame. So ministers giving whether 30 seconds answer or 1 hour answer, there is no limit for it. Limitation only comes in when we are asking a supplementary questions and they are responding to supplementary questions. Please. Member for Sabah Sanjal, you have the floor.
Withdraw. For what? Honorable Speaker, I want to bring this assembly to order 18 about point of order. Any member deviating from these standing orders may be immediately called to order by the Speaker or by any member rising on a point of order. A member rising on a point of order in accordance with Standing Order 32, sub 1A, that is permissible interruption, shall direct attention to the point he or she desires to bring to notice and submit the same to the Speaker for decision and not to make any other comments.
Thank you. Order sustained. Honorable members, please take note. Thank you. We may proceed. Member for Latikuna, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I observe that any day you come here, you talk about a borehole, particular borehole drilling fail. Honorable Minister, this should not happen in this 21st century. Can you tell us the approach your engineers take before you drill a particular place? Thank you very much.
Honorable member, that's a new question. That's a substantive question.
Statement.
No.
You said
don't use your mic, sir. Please order. Order. No, honorable members, you cannot be there and be here. That is not possible. You are either here or there.
Honorable Speaker.
No. Don't use your mic, please. Don't use your mic. Please. No, please sit down, sir. No, please don't make noise. Sir, please. Member for Kantora and Majority Leader. The member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you did indicate that there was an issue that delays the implementation of that borehole in those clusters. Can you enlighten this assembly about these issues? Because all the time when you are here, you'll be talking about these issues. We want to know these issues.
If I remember, this is the only borehole I mentioned, and I have not been repeating other areas where problem exists. This area has been a dispute between 2 villages, each claiming that the boreholes have to be drilled in their community. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will want to appeal to you to allow the question from member from Latikuna Sabiji so that I can give adequate response before it is stated that I deviated from answering the question.
Minister,
thank you.
Order, please. Order. Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
I didn't raise my tag.
Yeah, when you raise your tag for point of order, so they thought it was a question. Thank you.
Maybe.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for Fisheries and Water Resources and National Assembly matters for those answers provided. Clerk.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy.
Thank you, Clerk.
Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy.
Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy, you may take the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 268 of 2024 by the member for Banjul South. And he authorized the member for Banjul not to read on her behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the member for Banjul South, Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly how much they are buying power from Senegal and how much that power is being sold to consumers in the country?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the actual cost of buying power from Senelec, which is the utility company in Senegal, through the high voltage network is 91.52 CFA franc, equivalent to 0.114 US cent. And NAWEC tariff for selling power stands at $14.41 bututs, which is the average tariff, which is equivalent to 0.202 US cents.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Can you kindly share the contract with the General Assembly? Thank you.
I have no problem doing that. Thank you.
Member for Sabasanjal, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, are you making any profitable gain from that?
Thank you. When it comes to the power that we are buying from Senelec as compared to our own mode of operations, we are operating at a much higher cost compared to the cost that we are buying from Senelec. The issue of profitability is subjective for the fact that NAWEC is currently selling at about 20 US cents. This amount or this tariff is higher than what we are buying from Senelec. So, however, the tariff that we are selling also factors other other costs, and whether it is profitable, that is subjective, but the cost is much lower buying from Senelec than our own mode of production.
Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think looking at the tariff between Senelec, buying from Senelec and selling to the consumers in the Gambia, there is a gap. And we know the demand in electricity in this country. Honorable Minister, can you help this August Assembly with regards to the difference in this price? Because it seems you are selling at a loss. The difference in this prices. How best? Where do you? Cover it from? From where do you cover it from? Because the demand is high and the difference in price is too much. Where do you cover this from?
Thank you. Maybe you need to check the figures again. The tariff we are buying from Senelec is 0.114 US cent. 0.114, that is 11 US cent. So maybe you need to check that figures again. Thank you.
Member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did indicate that the profit is subjective. So I want you to enlighten the General Assembly about the subjectiveness of this profit, because I believe NAWEC is a public institution.
Thank you very much. And you are right, NAWEC is a public institution and a public enterprise for that matter. And it is expected to be making profit. Unfortunately, based on the current tariff that we are charging our end users, NAWEC is not making profit. In fact, we have a gap between the required revenue and the cost of operations. So right now, there is a huge gap between what NAWEC should charge to customers as opposed to the cost. So the cost is way higher than the revenue that is being charged, or the cost that's been charged to our end users. So there's a gap. There's a gap.
Member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Honorable Minister, hence this particular, I would say, agreement or arrangement is not sustainable. Are there any plans by your ministry to hopefully, since there's a new government, to renegotiate some of these agreements?
Well, I think I need to repeat myself. I've said this earlier. What we are buying from Senelec compared to our own cost of production, our cost is much higher than what we are buying from Senelec. So if you look at in terms of business or commercial sense, buying from Senelec is way cheaper than you operating your old generating sets today, which are more costly, and is going to further deepen your gap in terms of your costs against your revenue. So, and the issue of cross-border trade, I think we are the last country to join, simply because these are ideas that our forefathers thought of, and very brilliant ideas. It is even happening across the world, not only in West Africa. We have institutions that have been tasked by ECOWAS to ensure that countries within West Africa trade in energy, electricity, so that at least we harness the potentials in each of our countries. That's why we have the OMVG and we have the West African Power Pool. These are brilliant ideas because our countries, we all have competitive advantages in various areas. For example, in Gambia, for example, we are not endowed with resources like gas, for example. It has not been discovered yet. But countries which have, gas potentials, for example, in Abidjan, for example, they have huge potentials in gas. And Senegal, that is just about to also start using that gas potential. It is going to be way cheaper to buy power from those countries which are least cost, as opposed to your over-dependence on heavy fuel generators that are not sustainable. And it also makes sense if you have a hydropower plant in a country like Guinea-Conakry, for example. The hydro is much more cheaper than our over-dependence on our fossil fuel power plants in our countries. And that's more reason why, as a government...
Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir.
Answering to a supplementary question, I have a limit of 2 minutes. You've gone past 2 minutes. Just summarize in 10 seconds.
Thank you very much. So we are implementing our own projects locally.
I was not referring actually to this.
No. Honorable Member for Banjul Central, you are out of order.
He does not understand my question.
No, you are out of order. Banjul Central.
But what if he doesn't understand my question?
No, you cannot use the mic like that. You know what to do.
I did not understand your question, but let me just respond quickly. We are implementing projects like solar plants. Very soon we'll be launching a tender for 50 megawatts, and that will help to reduce the cost of producing energy in this country, and that will help the end users also have least costs. Thank you.
Member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what strategic plan do you have? Should in case there is a longer breakdown from Senelec, since a greater number of Gambians enjoy the supply from the Senelec. And as the Minister, what is your policy, what is your advice to the President as you are a policy advisor in the area of this particular ministry?
The advice would be simple, to also increase our local generating capacity in areas that are sustainable, particularly in the area of solar projects, to be able to substitute in case we have some gaps, and also make sure that the available generating sets are properly maintained in case we have any shortage that is coming from Senegal, so that we can close the gap. Thank you.
Question number 269 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Jimara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so far over 26 communities from Jimara constituency were omitted from the ongoing electrification project. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly if these communities will be electrified before end of 2025 as promised by the President?
Honorable Speaker, so far the 26 communities from Jimara constituency were omitted from the ongoing electrification project. Sorry. The villages referred to in Jimara are covered under the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project, Backbone Phase 2, for which implementation is ongoing and is expected to be completed by the end of 2024.
One last question. Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for this information. The question was before end of 2025, if they will be electrified, and you inform us that by end of 2024. Will I be safe to tell this to my in-laws, in case? Thank you.
If that will guarantee that your wife will stay with you, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the question is talking about 26 communities that were omitted from the ongoing electrification project. Can we have the reasons of omissions of these communities?
Well, these communities were not omitted. The implementation is ongoing. Probably the contractor have not reached them yet. But I'm responding to the honorable member that these communities will be electrified before the end of December 2024.
Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. In similar vein, about the rural electrification project, and some communities are also omitted. So is the minister trying to cover all the communities that are left out, not in Jimara? Please. Honorable Speaker, allow me land. No, it's about rural electrification projects.
Order, please. Honorable members, please, the majority leader himself knows very well he's out of order. That's why he said we allow him to learn. He's foreign from, I'm not sure, France or from Banjul to Kantora. So, Honorable Minister, you know, honorable members would definitely wish that all their villages are electrified by end of December 2025. That is why, but we will leave it at that.
This is exactly what the President also wants, and he has already tasked us, and all honorable members have already been duly notified to have meetings with our teams, and you have seen your schedules with the governors and all the National Assembly members. So some of you will be meeting with them this week to be able to identify the communities that are not covered under the ongoing projects. The only challenge we'll have is not the commitment from government, probably our ability in terms of financing, the resources that are going to be available. But the commitment is there to make sure we electrify all the communities in the country before end of 2025. That's our commitment. Thank you.
Question number 270 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the intermittent power cuts have wreaked havoc on the residents of Combos and the Greater Banjul area. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly what are the causes of this power load setting and what has the Ministry done to remedy the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of NAREC?
Honorable Speaker, the existing transmission and distribution infrastructure has aged and therefore inadequate to evacuate and offload the required energy and connected loads effectively and efficiently without incidents. In addition, a significant number of generating plants are being shut down for scheduled routine and breakdown maintenance activities. NAWEC is at present working with the World Bank through the Gambia Electricity Restoration and Modernization Project in offloading all the overloaded transformers, in addition to constructing a 225 kilovolt high voltage line from Brikama to Jabang to minimize the system instability within the Greater Banjul area. The completion of this project is almost done and will not only positively impact on the availability of power, but it will as well improve the stability and quality of energy delivered.
Honorable Speaker, we have been hearing such excuses for the past 30, 40, 50 years. With the leadership of Honorable Minister, how soon do you think there will be changes when it comes to power cuts in this country?
I think sometimes the good thing is this is the former managing director of NAWEC. We have gone through a lot as a utility, and to be honest with you, some of the challenges that we are currently encountering and really trying to battle with should have been resolved a long time ago. However, despite all the planning and all the forecasting and efforts to make sure these things are addressed, the utility has been constrained with financial challenges. We could not get the resources on time, and when the resources were also available during implementation, we have faced a lot of challenges, particularly when it comes to the issue of compensation for people who are affected by the project. Sometimes it causes a lot of burden on government in terms of compensating the customers, and that has significantly delayed some of the implementation of these projects. But notwithstanding, we have invested a lot, as I indicated, and we will ensure that these projects are completed in time, and also new projects are also being conceived to be able to assist government to address the perennial electricity problem that we are all encountering. It is not the best situation for all of us, but we will do everything possible, and our sincere apologies that these issues are still here, and we will do everything to make sure that they are addressed. Thank you.
Member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, since you happen to be the former director of NAWEC, and there is huge disparity between the operational cost and the profit that is maximized, and this really affects the liquidity position of NAWEC. What immediate advice would you give to the government, especially when it comes to the sustainability component? Since you are the minister and we cannot entirely depend on this project that are yet to come, what will be your immediate strategic advice to the president in order to resolve these things?
Thank you. I think in terms of the advice to government, we have always been working very closely with government. Government is fully aware of the strategy that we needed, we are supposed to implement when I was at NAWEC. And we have already developed this together with government, and all efforts are geared towards implementing what is called sustainable energy projects in the country, mainly solar projects, to be able to reduce the cost of operations. So this is the approach we are taking as a government, because our overdependence on fossil fuel generating sets is not giving us any solution. So as a strategy, we will continue to engage in regional efforts and also implement renewable energy projects locally to be able to reduce the cost of operations for NAWEC. Thank you.
Member for Janjamuri, have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, in your response, you did mention that the issue of shortage of electricity have been a long-lasting challenge for the government. My question is, what is your ministry doing to find an immediate solution to the effect?
Honorable Member, energy business is not a cheap and easy venture. It is complex, capital intensive, so there is no quick fix. That's the reality. We will not pretend to say that there's a quick fix, because there is no quick fix. But we will endeavor to ensure that we implement strategies that are sustainable. This is the firefighting that we have been doing from independence, and it has not paid any dividend. So we have to do a proactive planning and make sure we implement projects that are sustainable, so that we can be out of this current predicament that we all face for many decades. So that's not quick fix. That's the hard fact. So we will just say as it is, but we will do everything possible to make sure we implement projects that are sustainable and they can also serve for the test of time. Thank you.
Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of His Excellency, the Vice President, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallo, alongside the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Dr. Demba Sabali, and that of Fisheries, Water Resources, and National Assembly Matters. We proceed. Question number 271 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Opasalu. I authorize the member for Nyani to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Petroleum Commission Act 2021 mandates the Petroleum Commission to regulate petroleum activities, receive applications, and issue authorization for specific petroleum activities, among others. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy confirm to this August Assembly if there are any plans to remove the licensing and other supervisory roles on the petroleum sector currently being performed by the Public Utility Regulatory Authority, PURA, as these mandates are already given to the Petroleum Commission?
Honorable Speaker, the Petroleum Commission Act of 2021 mandates the Petroleum Commission to regulate and manage upstream as well as midstream petroleum activities, while the Petroleum Product Act of 2026 mandates PURA with the regulation of downstream. Therefore, the licensing attributable to the Petroleum Commission pursuant to 2021 Act is different from the licensing that PURA does as per Petroleum Products Act 2016. Thus, the regulation of refined petroleum products importation, re-export, retail, and storage is done by PURA.
Thank you. It's okay.
Question number 272 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the former Minister for Petroleum and Energy in response to a parliamentary question, provided a comprehensive list of communities that were to benefit from electricity projects across the country, including Chambuje and Bikama North. However, to my dismay, the community of Chambuje is yet to benefit. Could Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy tell this August Assembly why so, and when will the matter be addressed?
Honorable Speaker, Kembuje will be covered under the Gambia Electricity Access Project, GIP. At the design stage of the project, the community was found to be over 70% electrified. So it was as such agreed by the project team to prioritize communities that had no access and then eventually complete Kembuje. We are almost there and all the needed materials are now mobilized and work will start soon.
Honorable Speaker, I will require that you provide this August Assembly the verification of the coverage, the percentage coverage of electricity in Chambuje, that is about 70%. I will require that to be provided to the August Assembly.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Honorable.
Question number 273 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Sabah Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I believe this is of the similar question that every member would ask today. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy inform this August Assembly if the Ministry has any plans to include Kanikunda, Pasimutu, Jamal Balo Palen Sanjal, Jamagin, Samba Soto, Dafa, Cheken, and other remaining villages in Sabah Sanjal in the ongoing rural electrification project within Sabah Sanjal constituency?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The villages mentioned in the Sabah Sanjal constituency are not covered under any of the ongoing projects. However, they are part of the outstanding villages that are being assessed for eventual electrification once the funds are available or mobilized. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. According to your response, you have plans to electrify all those villages. I can tell you that as we speak, almost 26 villages in Sabah Sanjal are not covered. They are just seeing poles going round, wires flying over, but they are not seeing it in their villages. And what hope can you give them that definitely they will benefit?
Thank you, Honorable. This is true. Currently, over 800 communities are being electrified countrywide. This is phenomenal. It has never happened, and we never thought this can happen this so soon. Be rest assured and give them the hope, and not only hope, that we are committed, that the rest of the communities that are yet to be electrified, as directed by the President, we will do everything possible by the end of 2025 so that all communities are covered to have access to electricity just like some of us are enjoying. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Question number 274 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy update this August Assembly on the transparency and due diligence, given that BP was awarded a license for Block A1, which was reported to contain 1 billion barrels of oil? Could the Minister of Petroleum explain how BP could commit to such an agreement only to exit shortly afterwards, citing reasons related to a shift towards low-carbon energy? What step did the ministry take to ensure that BP had thoroughly assessed the block before entering into agreement, and what lessons have been learned to avoid such occurrences in future?
Honorable Speaker, in 2017, the Ministry secured the support from the African Development Bank through the Africa Legal Support Facility to review the Model Petroleum Exploration and Production License Agreement, the PEPLA, that assists in a licensing round as well as build capacity. The ALSF recruited an international consortium to work with government. The licensing process was initiated through a request for information process launched in December in 2017, wherein publications were made inviting all interested companies to submit their expression of interest and information. In response, 22 companies expressed interest, and their submissions were evaluated by a team comprising the Ministry of Petroleum, Gambia National Petroleum Corporation, Petroleum Commission, Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Gambia Investment and Export Promotion Agency, and Ministry of Justice. The team reviewed the information provided and shortlisted 10 companies who were considered to be capable of an exploration program. On the 18th of April 2018, the Ministry made a press release updating the general public on the results of the evaluation and listed the 10 companies that qualified. Once these companies were shortlisted, the next step of the licensing process, which was the request for proposal, was launched on the 28th of September 2018. This process encompassed the publication of model license and the request for proposal documents inviting the shortlisted company to submit their proposals. BP made a proposal which was reviewed by an evaluation team, after which negotiations were held with BP, who out of 10 companies was the only company that submitted its proposal. A license was then signed on the 30th of April 2019, and announcements to this effect were made. The license became effective on the 30th day of July 2019, with an initial exploration period for 2 years ending 29 July 2021. BP's obligations during this period included the requirements, among others, to acquire and process the 2D and 3D seismic data, conduct an environmental impact assessment, and drill one exploration well. Since July 2019 effective date, BP had performed the necessary prerequisite tasks and obligations by acquiring and reprocessing the 2D and 3D data, conducting an environmental impact assessment, and a regional geohazard study. However, the commitment to drill an exploration well remained outstanding. In early 2020, COVID-19 struck, causing a dramatic change in the global oil and gas industry and leading BP to suspend plans to drill as earlier planned, and that is by the end of 2020. Furthermore, in July 2020, BP informed the Ministry that it would not be able to drill a well in A1 block due to a change in its corporate strategy towards low carbon energy. Consequently, the government, supported by the African Legal Support Facility through the African Development Bank, and Adelsho Goddard negotiated with BP, resulting in BP paying government an amount of about $30.66 million US. This payment was made possible due to a requirement we put in the license that if the well is not drilled, as per the work plan, the equivalent amount shall be paid to government.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, looking at the scenarios of BP and the government related to a feasibility done that the block will generate 1 billion barrels. And on SOT, they've also come with an excuse that carbon is high on it. What informative information did they lay to the government in regard to the low carbon? And if so, can you give us any befitting report as per this effect to the National Assembly?
I think, Honorable, probably you need to understand the issue of the low carbon. Low carbon in the sense that things have changed in the world. Most of the companies are now very conscious about climate change. So hydrocarbons, these are fossil fuel or what is called, that are not climate friendly. And as such, companies that are in the West, which are the dominant international oil companies, are changing strategy based on the requirement of their various governments to reduce their carbon emissions. And as such, we who are endowed in court, especially most of the West African countries today that are also having oil, what is called those international oil companies to come to invest in the exploration. Exploration itself is risky and is capital intensive. You can lose money without finding oil. So as such, BP strategy is beyond the control of the government. So therefore, we can only rely on the licensing agreement that we had with BP for remedy. So all the necessary arrangements that were in that licensing were enforced, and this is why we were able to recover $30 million on behalf of government. Thank you.
Yes, the recovery of $30 million, can you tell this August Assembly, is all paid as it is? So $30.66 million, if I'm right. Is it all paid as we speak, or there are arrears still?
The answer is yes.
Member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I just want to be very clear, or you make clear to the National Assembly the procurement process. Do you say at the initial stage 22 companies were shortlisted and 10 qualified, and out of that 10 that qualified for that particular process, they were asked to send in their proposal? They did not, it was only BP that sent in their proposal.
Honorable Member, this was a two-stage procurement process. It was a two-stage procurement process. When the submissions were made, shortlisting was done, and then the next stage was to get the proposal from the shortlisted companies. So only BP submitted their proposal, and this is normal. It happens. Thank you.
Question number 275 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Petroleum and Energy provide a detailed explanation on the terms and conditions of licensing agreement between the government and BP, and tell us why Gambians were not informed about the agreement from the onset, and henceforth ensuring that the future oil exploration activities, including the status of other offside blocks A2, A3, and A4, etc., are communicated transparently to the public.
Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Section 29 of the Petroleum Exploration Development and Production Act 2004, the Minister responsible for petroleum is mandated to grant licenses for the conduct of exploration, development, and exploitation of oil and gas. Following the licensing round, the Ministry made a press release updating the general public on the results of the evaluation, and the listed 10 companies that qualified for the 18th, that qualified on the 18th of April 2018. When BP was granted the license, publications were also made on local newspapers. For example, on the 2nd of May 2019, the Standard newspaper published an article titled Gambia BP Signed Oil Exploration Deal. There was also a press statement of BP's exit, which was made by the government's spokesperson and was featured on the local newspapers, including the Point newspaper, who published an article on the exit on the 12th of August 2021 titled Government Gets Back 1.5 billion from BP. It is worth noting that the license agreement, which is informed by the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production Act of 2004, is the key document that defines the terms and conditions of the licensing agreement. The BP agreement was published in the Gazette as a public notice on Gazette number 20 of 27th March 2020 in bracket GN number 59/2020. Another licensing round was announced at the Africa Oil Week in Cape Town in 2021 for a block. This was also announced in the local newspapers for the information of the public. For example, on October 28, 2021, the Standard newspaper published an article titled Gambia Opens Mini Licensing for Block A1. Information on the 2021 licensing round was also published on the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy's social media page on Facebook, as well as in its website. The launch was also published on Gazette, number 55, volume 138 of 8 December 2021, in bracket GN number 185/2021.
Thank you. No further question.
Question number 276 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for coming. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy provide details about the agreement or contract in between NAWEC and Senelec regarding the distribution of energy, including the terms and conditions of the contract, the amount of money involved in the agreement, how much paid, and outstanding balance?
Honorable Speaker, the contract between Senelec and NAWEC is not the conventional take or pay, but rather take and pay agreement. And that is pay for energy that you consume only, with a credit period of 30 days. The bulk of the monthly purchase is 50 megawatt facility at the high voltage level. The amount paid and outstanding balance depends on the energy received. However, as we speak, we owe 3 months invoices, May, June, and July 2024, amounting to over 10 billion CFA due to NAWEC's current cash flow situation. $10 billion CFA.
Honorable Minister, I think it will be important if you can translate that figure in CFA to dollars, knowing fully that in the Gambia, we recognize the dollars instead of the CFA. So kindly help me with that.
At this stage, I will appeal to those whose mathematics or arithmetic is good to help me. Thank you.
I think, Honorable Minister, next time if you are responding to members, it will be important, more especially with figures, to give it to us in dollars than in CFA.
Noted, sir. Thank you.
Okay. I think my mathematician said it's $120 million. Honorable Minister,
Busy body.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member for Janjambure, your time, you are left with 2 seconds for your time to elapse.
When I was interrupted by a member.
That is...
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Member has exhausted his 2 supplementary questions.
You are out of order.
Honorable Minister, you did mention that the contract in between NAWEC and Sanalek is more of take and pay. Now, in terms of sustainability or sustenance, do you think this is the right approach to do instead of helping to upgrade NAWEC as an institution?
As I stated earlier, we are part of a regional body. And if you look at our membership in the OMVG, the objective is to put up infrastructures that countries can share. And this is part of the arrangement that we are also making with Sanalek and the rest of the West African countries. The Gambia could one day be exporting energy to some of those countries that we are currently importing from. And that's why we are going to have a regional project in this country here, which is going to be a 150 megawatt solar plant to enable us to meet our energy requirements locally and also be able to export to other countries that are also in need. But the truth is, we want to avoid our dependence on fossil fuels that are not cheap, and we will also continue to pursue our regional engagements to make sure we get least cost for our people. To make it sustainable, we must have sustainable energy projects in the country. Our dependence on fossil fuel will not take us anywhere. And this is the reality. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Banjul Central, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention that we have a 3-month arrears with them. What might be the factors of that extent?
I've already stated that NAWEC cash flow at the moment cannot support full payment of all the arrears. So that's why they could not meet all the obligations as we speak. The cash flow is not adequate. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, maybe I don't understand your presentation very well. Do you say there is no written agreement between government of the Gambia and government of Senegal for this particular energy supply? Is that what you said?
No, I did not say that.
Billy said no before the minister said no. Of course.
A point of order. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
There is point of order, please. There's a point of order from member for Kantora.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on order 17, behavior of members. While a member is speaking, all members shall be silent and shall not make unseemly interruption. So let the member just stand up and use the mic and talk while others are on the floor. Thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order sustained. Member for Latikunda Sabiji, please don't do that. Member for Lower Salon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are not mathematicians, but then we have converted $1,120 million that you are owing to Senelec. And in your response, you said, what you consume is that you pay. So what of a sudden you have arrears? Because if you consume, you pay. So why these arrears then? And where this money goes?
I think I need, sometimes, let me help. What I stated is take and pay or take or pay. So these are two arrangements that you can make in a power purchase agreement. The reason why we went into take and pay is to avoid committing ourselves to say we are going to take 50 megawatts, and if we are not able to take that 50 megawatts, because it's an agreement, whether you take it or not, you pay for it. It doesn't make any business sense. But for other investors, if they come locally and invest in the country and want us to buy power from them, where a concession has been given to us to say whatever energy that you take from us, that's what you pay. But it's not necessarily that, because this is a credit sale. It is not a prepayment, it's a credit sale. So if you are in credit sale, there is no way that you must be in arrears. Of course, if the money is available, the cash flow is adequate, now it will not be owing Senelec. But unfortunately, that's the situation where we are now because of the cash flow situation. Thank you.
Member for Joshua, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, yes, in your response, you said that we are owing May, June, and July. I know August might fall into the same problem. My question is, in case of the other parts, Senegal, say no, because of your own you cannot pay, I'm no more supply. Is there any plan for you to prepare and supply the current government with this current situation?
Honorable member, the reality is we don't have enough local capacity to meet our current demand. So we will do everything possible to make sure the areas that we order Senelec, that we don't have adequate local capacity to meet our current demand. And as such, that's why we have this engagement to be able to get the capacity that we're getting from Senelec to be able to meet the demand that we have. So in terms of having immediate, as I said earlier, there is no quick fix at the moment, but we are working on projects that are going to help us to be able to address our energy needs for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Kantora and Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Certainly, the Minister did mention that the cash flow is causing a gap in terms of certain areas. So what other means do you have within the ministry to offset this loan that you are owing? What kind of plan do you have within in terms of revenue generation so that you can be able to offset this thing? Because they are legally owed, you have to pay them.
We will continue to work with NAWEC, but NAWEC's revenue is entirely their responsibility. Government will not allow NAWEC to go down the drain. That is real. But we will continue to engage to make sure people are also owing NAWEC. Those owing NAWEC, and make sure we also recover those revenue to be able to boost their current financial position. Yeah, but this is something that we are working with NAWEC and make sure that we recover.
Question number 277 of 2024 by the member for Latkunda Sabi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, after all the 3D survey, airborne survey, and seismic survey, can you please update this assembly the status of our oil drilling?
Thank you, Honorable Member, and thank you, Honorable Minister. The seismic acquisition is a prerequisite for the drilling of wells. In other words, before any well is drilled today, the proponent has to acquire the seismic data. The objective of this undertaking is to help reduce the risk by studying and identifying the potential areas where oil may be found. Therefore, after all the airborne survey, the seismic data, including the 3D, has been acquired. 5 wells have been drilled in the Gambia. The first 2 wells, Brikama 1 and Serakunda 1, were drilled onshore in 1960 and 1961, respectively, by BP. The 3rd well, Jama 1, was drilled offshore in 1979 by Chevron. The 4th well, Samo 1, was drilled offshore 39 years later in 2018. And the 5th well, Bambo 1, was drilled 41 years later in 2020. Both wells were drilled by FNOFA. To put this time into context, it is worth noting that from 1960 to 2018, only one offshore well was drilled in the Gambia. However, from 2018 to date, 2 offshore exploration wells were drilled. Currently, out of our 8 offshore exploration blocks, we have one company, Petrono, on one block, which is A4. We have amplified the promotion of our acreages this year, and we are working on the key factors that make the investment climate attractive for investors. One of such is a holistic review of all the laws that interact with the petroleum sector to ensure that inconsistencies, gaps, etc. are eliminated. We are currently working on a petroleum exploration, development and production bill that reflects current industry best practices and free of inconsistencies with other laws. We are also working on other legislations that will promote investment in upstream petroleum subsector, and we will count on your support to ensure that the smooth and swift passage of these important documents. We will continue to engage with companies and National Assembly, and the National Assembly will continue to engage. We'll continue engagement with companies and the National Assembly accordingly, and National Assembly will inform at the right time.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that, Honorable Minister, for that wonderful reaction. My next question is it true that our oil is a spill over Senegal? When Senegal drills, ours is likely to spill into Senegal.
Point of order.
Now let me just respond. Don't worry. Let me just
No.
respond.
Look, allow me. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Let them be serious with our work, please. I think it's
Honorable Speaker, point of order.
We are here not to target any minister. We are here to ask questions, please.
My
This is a very
friend,
serious question.
sit down. You should be guided
You
by
cannot
your
tell me
rules.
sit down.
Let him sit down. Honorable, sit down.
Order. Honorable members, please, order. Honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji. Yeah, I understand that, please. Honorable member for Latrikunda Sabiji, please avoid being out of order at all time. You ask the questions, and in accordance with the standing orders, he's rising to a point of order. He has all the right by our standing orders. You should allow him to exercise that. And if you have any counterpoint of order or any justification you want to take the floor, you seek the leave of the speaker. There's a point of order from nominated member Kebalang Fofana. Can we hear that?
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, the question, though multifaceted, but it was specific with regards to the 3D surveys, the seismic and airborne. And the responses that were given by the minister were centered around the 5 wells that were drilled during the past 41 years. And as such, I'm raising on order 43.4, and I will read. A supplementary question shall be out of order, shall not be in order if it introduces matters not included in the original question and answers provided. For the avoidance of doubt, whether a supplementary question is within remit shall be determined on answering by the Vice President, Minister or members answering questions on behalf of the Assembly. Honorable Speaker, are we together? The question asked by the member is soliciting the opinion of the minister whether it is true that the oil in the Gambia has a spillover effect in Senegal. That is adding a new matter. We are here to ask questions and generate answers. So we should be guided, because we don't want misguided answers from ministers. If you want answers, guide yourself and do it within the remits of the rule. The rules are there so that our questions can be objective and the answers to be given to the public will be substantive. But you cannot just stand as a member, you think you have leeway and can do anything. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm proposing
that the question be declined because it is completely out of order as it is adding new matters to the original question that was asked. Thank you.
Thank you, nominated member Kebalang Fofana. Order sustained. She is not part of the answers or question. You have one more question.
Honorable Minister, what is the approach to environmental impact assessment with all these surveys that we have there? What was the approach to environmental and social impact assessment? Thank you.
Yes, member for Panyomi.
Honorable Speaker, you see, Honorable Member in fact is contradicting himself. I'm rising on the point of order 43. Speaker. Yes. Thank you. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on the point of order 43, supplementary question. Supplementary questions 43.1. Supplementary questions may be put for a purpose of elucidating an oral answer. Honorable member in fact is contradicting himself. He is asking for survey, the status of the drilling. At the same time now he's moving to impact assessment of, come on, environmental impact assessment. He's completely out of order.
Honorable Sanya, withdraw that.
You guys need to go to school and learn what is process. You don't know what is happening. How can you do process without environmental impact assessment? Huh?
Member for,
please.
Member for
parliamentary.
Order. Member for Latikunda Savage, I told you not to use your mic without the leave of the speaker. No, you put your mic on and you are making statement. Speaker, after all the 3 days over.
It's going to be a yes or no.
After the 3 days over. Honorable members, please allow me to finish this one first. Honorable members, the parent question was after the 3D survey, the seismic and airborne survey, after all the surveys, which of course includes environment impact assessment, and then he asked, after all that is done, the question was, what is the status of the Gambia oil drilling? And the minister responded on the status of oil drilling, dating in the 60s, well before independence to date. And supplementary questions should be around those issues, the status of the Gambian oil drilling. The response should be on the Gambian oil drilling status, not on the status of the study on Gambian oil, on the Gambian oil issues. So as such, if the honourable member want to know more about a particular survey or a particular study, he could put up a substantive question. Thank you. The member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
But Honorable Speaker, Honorable for Upper Salum, Upper Nyomi is out of order. This an exploration, of course, has an impact on the environment.
Sorry, point of order.
Honorable is asking a question.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable member for Kiang West, please take your seat. Let me address you first.
Honorable Speaker, that ruling is challenged.
Yeah, let me address you first. Please put off your mic, sir. No, he's raising to a point of, after him I'll come to you. Honorable members, the honorable member for Kiang West rose to a point of order, either to bring a member or the minister to order as per standing orders. Therefore, he himself should be in order before he tries to put other people out of order. He just rose and started making noise, statement, which is out of order. Honorable member, please go straight to your point and cite your authority and tell us why you are standing to a point of order. Please, go ahead, sir.
No, I have put in across already what I wanted to.
Yes, there is a point of order from the member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
I'm just appealing. I'm rising on point order 8 of a standing order subclause 3. That let's respect our own standing orders. Speaker's ruling shall be final when a question on procedural matters. You've really ruled that it's in order. He now rose and say it's not in order. So it means you are challenging the order of the speaker, which is out of order. Yes.
Order sustained, and honorable members, please let's take note and do our best to be in accordance with the standing orders. Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister inform this August Assembly the location of the 5 wells that were said to be drilled?
Honorable member, one of the wells is in Brikama, the other one is Serakunda. That's why they are labeled as Brikama, and then you have Serakunda. The Jama one is offshore, out there in the sea, and all that of the Samo and Old Bamboo are all offshore. So they are out there in the sea. Thank you.
Member for Kantora and Majority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Could the Honorable Minister, in his response, those 5 wells that you've located, were they successful, those 5 wells?
They were not commercially viable for now. But the latest 2 have given us very good indications that we could discover oil in this country. So the data that we got from those 2 wells are going to be very helpful. Thank you.
Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Minister, in your response, you've highlighted stages of exploration that the country has undertaken. And can you tell us the approaches to environmental and social impact assessment with respect to this exploration that you have embarked on?
Honorable member, I already ruled on that. Yeah, please. Member for Basse, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, according to your answers, you said the other 2 is successful. Can you inform the other what are those 2 else?
No, I didn't say it was successful.
You said they have given signal. The signal is successful.
The data we got from that two wells.
Honorable member for Basse, please put off your mic.
I didn't say.
Please sit down, member for Basse.
I didn't say they were successful. Sorry.
Minister, hold on. Minister, hold on. Minister,
he said two.
Minister,
can we inform us those?
Minister, please wait for when I take the mic, you allow me to intervene. There is no push and pull between you and members. Honorable member, you are entitled to one question you asked and he responded. Take your seat. Please. No. No, you asked a supplementary question, he responded. Is there any member for Sabasanja? Okay. Question number 278 of 2024 by the member for Latikunda Sabeji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I withdraw my question.
Thank you very much.
It's been answered already, so that's why I withdraw.
Honorable member for question number 279 of 2024 by the Honorable member for Talinding Kunjang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have identified 3 routes in Talinding to provide Nawek main water pipes so that the people of Talinding, Kunjang, and Talinding Koloban and Talinding Farokono can have access to clean water. Nawek surveyed the works and raised an invoice of about almost $400,000. National Assembly paid everything since last year, but unfortunately, Nawek cannot still execute the work, and all efforts by the National Assembly seems to prove futile. Could the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Energy explain reasons for the delay, and when is Nawek expected to deliver? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, regarding the water connections in Talinding, there was delay for the works to start as the pipes were completely out of stock. Unfortunately, the procurement of those pipes, which was initiated as an emergency to execute the extension since January 2024, ran into significant delays. However, we recently started to execute some extensions, which include Talinding. The team is tasked to start works on the 3rd of September 2024 and hope to finish in 10 days. I think the Honorable Member might confirm this. Thank you.
Yes, I sincerely confirmed. I did not intend to withdraw the question because of the explanation for the delay. Yes, the 2 have started and 2 are confirmed. The one in Koloban, the contractor said because of its waterlock, it cannot dig it until after rainy season. So my fear with Nawek is response. What promise are you going to give me when the need arises to implement the 3rd one?
Thank you. We'll make a follow-up with Nawek to make sure the challenge that they face currently, if the rain subside, we'll make sure we follow up with them so that they can implement the remaining. But we apologize on their behalf. Thank you.
Member for Latikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, it is always a challenge for Nawek with regards to water distribution in the urban centers. Do you have a comprehensive design outlay for water distribution system in the urban area? Thank you.
Honorable Member, I think this question is in relation to the Constituency Development Fund and it's specific, no urban centers, no. It's only Talinding. And then he provided answers to that.
Honorable Speaker, is talking about urban. Talinding is in the urban centers. So my question is related to a specific problem in the urban center. How is that question out of order, Honorable Speaker?
Yeah, I'll give you the floor. Thank you. Honorable Member for Latikunda Sabiji, thank you very much. Please.
I want to.
Please. The question is specifically for his constituency, Talinding. I don't dispute the fact that Talinding is part of urban centers, but the question was never the urban centers. Thank you, sir. It's out of order. Yes, member for Kantora and Majority Leader, you can observe, please. Honorable members, please. Order. Honorable members, order, please. Please. Majority Leader, are you withdrawing? Okay. The member for Janjamure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I believe you know I am also in a similar situation with regards to the CDF that my constituency equally paid. I understand specifically this is about Talinding. Since you are fixing the problem at Talinding, I am aligning myself to Talinding. That have nothing to do with Janjambure. Allow me to learn, please. Yes, and it's about the CDF.
Honorable member for Janjambure. I can assure you that the minister heard you loud and clear. So please, after his
a corridor now. Here, transparency. I don't discuss under the corridor, please. With all due respect.
All right, then, honorable member, you can please put up a substantive question for next session. Thank you, sir.
But I can make a supplementary question to him with regards to Talinding. You don't. Yeah, with CDF is what I'm saying. This is what, in fact, I am saying.
Honorable member for
Minister.
Honorable member for Janjambure, please take your seat, sir. you know, when it comes to constituencies, I can understand how members feel about their people. But please do the right thing. Thank you, sir. I now give the floor to the member.
Speaker, what about my question now? I rose on a question, please.
It's not admitted.
Why? I didn't even ask a question.
Thank you, member for Janjambure. Member for Joswang, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think in football there is dribbling in football and it's allowed. So we can also allow dribbling here in the Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I'm coming.
Yeah. No, I just want to let me make a statement first. I understand and agree very well that you can dribble when playing football. But today is not a context between the executive and the legislature at the football field, but it is in the chambers, and it has procedures. Go ahead by observing. Once you are in the football field, there are rules governing the football, and the referee is there to judge. Here also, please do that in accordance with the standing orders. Go ahead, sir.
Honorable Speaker, in the parent question, the National Assembly is mentioned that they made a payment, your mic, that the National Assembly made a payment to NAWEC. And it is the same National Assembly that made a payment to NAWEC on on behalf of Joshua constituency. So I'm asking, after telling you, I come next. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think Minister heard you very well. When he returned to his office, he will check all those members affected and try to deal with those issues. The member for Bundung Kakunda, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, with your permission, I just want to ask for the Honorable Minister to inform this August Assembly whether they have enough pipe to take care of the works that are currently going in Talending, including the neighboring communities like Bundu.
Honorable members, you see the member for Joshua want me to say something and Janjamure is standing waiting for my rules. but why are you standing? Honorable members, let me help you. Please, Honorable Minister, please take note. When you get back to your office, find out and try to engage NAWEC and see how many members of parliament send in or paid their constituency development fund to NAWEC to help either electricity or water in their areas with view of expediting those process. And I instruct that the Office of the Clerk engages you for and on behalf of all members of the National Assembly. Thank you.
And also, Honorable Speaker, that the message will be related to NAWEC and we will make a follow-up with them. I think I can only confirm 2 more National Assembly members as per their request. I know the one from Bonding did not pay. Did you pay? Okay, so that means 3 now. So it's well noted, and we will share this information with NAWEC to make sure they execute the works for you.
Yeah, Minister. Yeah, thank you, sir. When you go, please do that immediately. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those answers provided. You know, issues of electricity and water, as well as infrastructure, is there to members of the National Assembly as they represent their constituents. So thank you very much. Thank you. You may go now. Clerk.
Questions for oral answer by His Excellency the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Vice President, please proceed to the podium. Questions for which due notices were given to His Excellency the Vice President by members for oral reply. Question number 251 of 2024 by the member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, His Excellency the Vice President. Honorable Speaker, could His Excellency the Vice President update this August Assembly? How far have they gone in purchasing and distribution of 180 tractors as echoed by the President during the State of Nation address? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to inform this August Assembly that the Minister of Agriculture has launched the procurement process for the purchase of the 180 tractors promised by His Excellency the President, and all the phases are concluded except the contract signature.
Thank you very much. Vice President, would you agree with me that during the State of the Nation address, the President stated that these items will be purchased and distributed across the nation? Thank you. Yes. Yes. Okay. You did answer yes. Why is it that the promise was not done as, of course, been mentioned by the President here? Because he did mention that the buying and distribution of these items will be done well before the commencement of the rainy season.
Honorable Speaker, like I said in my answer, the procurement process is done. It's just left what is the signature of those who are awarded the contract.
Member for Latrikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, getting tractors for farm mechanization is very appropriate and correct. But the issue is giving it to farmers who doesn't even know when to change oil or oil filter is a problem. Do you guys have any plan to train farmers on how to maintain these tractors before distributing them to them? Because when we travel as agriculture committee, we realize that most of these tractors are lying. They are not working because simple mechanical problem. Thank you very much. So I asked my question. I said, do you have any plan on training farmers on how to maintain tractors? That's the question.
I'm not the speaker, but I thought the question was on the procurement of the tractors, not about the training. That was why I was waiting for the speaker to rule.
Member for Serekunda West, you have the floor.
Could the Honorable Vice President disclose the name of those contractors with us?
Honorable Speaker, at this point, my information is that it is given to two contractors. It's divided by the two contractors, but I have not been given the names at this point.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, there's a law that was passed here, that's the e-procurement. I wanted to ask whether this 180 tractors has passed through the e-procurement or the normal procurement.
Honorable Speaker, I guess this is through the regular procurement process.
Thank you. Member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, what is causing the delay of the signature? Since these tractors are meant to help the farmers, and we are almost at the middle of the rainy season, and primarily they need to be doing plowing and all those stuff.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I guess, or at least my information is that it was launched and then relaunched again. Because the first time it was launched, there was only one responsive. That was why it was relaunched. As a result, they now divided the contract into two bidders.
Member for Bakau, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Agreement to implement the bilateral agreements in cooperation of the Gambia in the proposed regional compact Senegal is undertaking under the Millennium Challenge Cooperation, fisheries cooperation on capacity building and laboratory service, security cooperation on capacity building, joint border control, patrol, and reinforcement of joint military committee and joint defense and security committee.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that submission. Specific to the outcomes that you've laid down on defense and security, it's an open secret that we do have border issues. Upon discussion with your counterparts, what were some of the tangible progressive measures that might have been some of the outcomes from the visit?
Thank you very much. As the Honorable Member has said, there are border issues between the Gambia and Senegal. And as you may be aware, that's one of the reasons we actually had focused on the issue of the Senegal-Gambian Permanent Secretariat, because that is the body that is tasked by the two countries to actually manage the border. There is supposed to be a joint border patrol, not the patrol, the commission. You know, each country have their border commission, but the Senegal-Gambian Secretariat is actually tasked to sort of chair, you know, the two commissions together. And I think that is what they are doing. In terms of defense, there is joint border patrol to make sure that there is no intrusion either side of the border. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. With regards to what you just made mention of, some of these intrusion do include the illegal smuggling of rosewoods, for example. Most of the time, settlements do, take parts of the other side, that is the Senegalese side, most of the time. Most Gambians do complain that most of the time the illegal routes are taken to smuggle it through the Gambia, and most of the time there are no legal ramifications out of these things. Out of the engagements you have, what are tangible measures, permanent measures that can be taken in regards to these issues?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In terms of the rosewood, the position of the Gambia is that we are not allowing anybody to engage in that. And I think that is the position of the government and the security forces. Thank you.
Member for Latrikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Vice President, you said part of your visit was also about security between the two countries. Can you please tell us, because otherwise 1965 is irrelevant, if we still have foreign troops mounting checkpoint in the middle of our country, can you update us when will Senegalese troops leave Gambia so that our Gambian securities can take their mandate?
Honorable Member, that's out of order.
We don't have any Senegalese troops.
When I was speaking, somebody said,
Honorable members, please, the member who made that noise, please don't do that again. The member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, the visits cover up border crisis, which is affecting various regions of this country and respective constituencies. Among the outcome, was there any issue in respect to border demarcation?
Honorable Speaker, like I said, the issue of border demarcation, that is, like I said, that is the responsibility given to the Senegal-Gambian Secretariat. I think there has been this discussion about the border for a very long time. The Minister of Lands was able to come out with the actual, I cannot remember what year, between the French and the British. Now that map is now with us. All right, but I think what is happening now is, as part of the agreement between Senegal and the Gambia, they're now giving Senegal government secretary to monitor that. And there is a joint committee that actually sits on the border issues. Yes.
Member for Busumbara, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, in relation to the defense and security issues that you have discussed with in Senegal, we used to have this famous hot pursuit agreement. Did your discussion center on this one? And if yes, can you specifically go into detail and explain it to us what is the latest?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Yes, the discussion also touched on the issue of hot pursuit. Now, the Senegalese side raised their concerns, and the Gambian side also gave their responses. One of the problems that we encounter is the implementation of the hot pursuit. The hot pursuit agreement says that if somebody commits a crime and you follow, the one side can pursue that up to 5 kilometers. After 5 kilometers, then the other side have to now, their security will now take responsibility of that case. What has been happening is sometimes when the Senegalese pursue, they don't inform the government authorities, and I think this has been some of the issues. Because according to agreement, they are supposed to inform the government authorities before they pursue anybody, and I think our meeting clarified that. Hopefully, we will have less issues going forward.
Member for Fonya Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Honorable Vice President, as per the Defense and Security Agreement that you have said about the hospital, can you share with the National Assembly the agreement that has been signed with the Gambian government through you and that of Senegal for the benefit of National Assembly members on defense and security? Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We will take note of that and we will consult with the Minister of Defense accordingly.
Member for Janjamure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Your Excellency, in your response, you did mention that the Gambia government and the Senegalese government discussed on some pertinent issues like trade. My question is, during your discussion, did your meeting seems to address the issue of cross-border trade, especially the importation of cement in this country?
Honorable Speaker, I did not mention trade in our discussion. We didn't discuss trade.
Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, I want to thank you sincerely for those answers provided to this Assembly, and you may go now. Thank you. Honorable members, at this point, I will also recognize the presence of the Honorable Minister for Trade, Regional Integration and Employment, and as well as that of the Minister for Land, Regional Government. And yes, Clerk, we may proceed.
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Land, Regional Government and Religious Affairs. Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs by Honorable Members for oral reply. Question number 321 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs furnish this August Assembly with the current development and status of the Land Commission?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and the member for Bakau constituency. I wish to inform this August Assembly that the 4-year term of the Local Government Commission, which began in 2018, expired in 2022. The Ministry is currently in the process of appointing the chairperson and other members of the Commission to effectively address both ongoing and emerging land-related issues.
Honorable Minister, the expired date you talk of is 2022 and we are now in 2024. With all these land problems, is it not appropriate for the government to come up with this land commission in order to look into these illegal allocations of land in the country?
You are right, member for Bakau constituency. That's why when I took over office, I make it a priority to make sure that this commission is fully operational, and we are almost there.
Since you took office, I think it's over 6 months, coming up to 1 year now. Is it not appropriate?
Member for Bakau constituency, I disagree with you. I took over office in March 15, 2024. It is not 1 year. I disagree with you.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, can you inform this August Assembly on the delay of the reappointment of the new commission members after the expiration of the previous commission in 2022?
Honorable member for Kiang West, I cannot explain because I don't know the reason why, but I know that it's an important thing, and as we speak now, since I took over office, this ministry is taking it as a priority, and we will soon be there.
The Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Since the expiry of the said commission, that is 2018 to 2022, how is the office of the commission run to date?
It has not been functioning effectively, I must admit, and that is why I found it as an important issue that must be addressed, and it's been addressed.
Member for Lower Salum, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It now goes for 2 years. There is no commissions for this land, and how serious we thought land is a problem in our country. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister, don't you think otherwise to fast track the commissions in order to resolve the issues that are within our communities?
Well, I have even gone to the Act, and I'm trying to get the chairman to preside over the next sitting of this before the identification of a proper chair to preside over this. As I said, it's a priority. It's affecting us. Even our appointments of people in the system, in the local government, were seriously affected. But efforts are on the way to get it done as soon as possible.
Thank you. Member for Brikama South, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, since you are very close to the appointment of the commissioners for the Land Commission, and which we expect before the end of this year, they could be appointed. Do you have any plan when you come to the operational cost, particularly the remuneration? Because I vividly remember when you come to the 2024 budget, this was not adequate since they were not operational.
I am reviewing this. Our ministry have reviewed even the allowances paid to commission members, both the planning authority and all other bodies that makes that ministry work. I found some of them were very badly rewarded. And that has not given them a lot of encouragement to perform better. So we have made proposals to the Minister of Finance, and I have no doubt that this August body will approve it for better remuneration of commission members and others who are participating in various organs that make this ministry function very well.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister. My question is, what steps have your ministry taken so far to constitute the Land Commission?
We are going by the provision of the Act, and we are acting in that direction.
Question number 322 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, understanding that Section 128, subsection 3 of the Local Government Act clearly states that the central government shall provide 25% of the council's development budget. Could the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs tell this August Assembly how far has his ministry gone in implementing this particular provision of the Act?
Thank you, Member for Banjul North constituency. I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that while the government is aware of and acknowledge the commitment to allocate 25% of the council development budget, it has been challenging to fulfill this obligation. However, the government has consistently provided a fixed annual subvention to councils for the fiscal year under review, allocated $4 million. It is important to highlight to this August Assembly that the government budgetary calendar differs significantly from that of the councils, which creates the challenges in incorporating the council 25% development budget into the national budget. Especially, the council's budgetary process is such that they prepare their annual budgets after the finalization and approval of the national budget by the National Assembly. To address this issue, my ministry is currently undertaking a comprehensive review of the relevant legislative framework, including the Local Government Act of 2002 and the Local Government Finance and Accounting Manual of 2009. The aim is to revise the budget calendar outlined in the manual to ensure that the council budgets are prepared in a timely manner, allowing the inclusion of the 25% development budget in the national budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Do you also know the gaps created in terms of development by this particular issue since the enactment of the law?
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the Honorable Member for Banjul North, the issue of appropriation of national budgetary issues are matters for the responsibility of this August body. I would plead on him, if in the next budget we lay our papers, if he will be willing to appropriate that funds, we'll be more than happy to disburse it.
For your information, Honorable Minister, I think we don't create budget lines as members of parliament. But notwithstanding, are you also affirming to us that the law will say this and the government is going to do whatever they feel like?
Government doesn't act. Government is always to follow the law, due process in accordance with the lands, with the supreme laws of this country. We'll go by the act. But I can tell you that In this issue, the responsibility is both the ministry and this august body.
Thank you very much.
Member Fulati Kundasabi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, do you know that when a government is obligated to act by spirit of law, is a commitment being recalled? This 25% payment the government has not been fulfilling for the past several years. When are you seriously committed to give money, this money to the councils?
I am committed as soon as this is feasible. I would have even wished to do it tomorrow if possible.
Member for Kiang West, you have the floor.
Honorable Minister, can you shed light on the 4 million you've talked about? Is it 4 million for each council or 4 million altogether?
I don't have that breakdown. I wish to make further consultation to respond to your question. Got you very right. You are asking the 4 million that we are providing, whether it's for a single council or for all the councils.
But it does not correspond
with
your
your
answer.
question.
But
is that not your question?
Please, honorable member, please. Please. Take a seat. Question number, sorry. Member for Birkama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you made mention of review of certain legislations, including the Local Government Act. I want to put you, many instances we are told that the Local Government Act was under review. In fact, as at last year, December, it was supposed to be validated, we were told. What is the state of the Local Government Act precisely?
Thank you for member for Birkama North constituency. As you are aware, this August body is fully informed. There is an ongoing process of preparation of the land policy, which of course the entire nation is involved. When they started the discussions, they realized that there is more to the act than the amendment that they were requesting for. To have a comprehensive review of the entire bill, entire act rather, it was decided that we wait until the process and the formulation process of this policy is completed so that we'll come to the assembly once and for all. We don't need to come to them now and come back after 2025 when the policy is rolled out. So they have decided, all the experts together, that we better delay and look at it comprehensively and do it holistically and bring a comprehensive amendment bill before this August body. That's what is delayed.
Member for Jara Central, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rather withdraw my intention to ask the question because the question I wanted to ask have been eloquently dealt with Minority Leader and the member for Birkama North. Thank you.
Member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, the member talked about the Local Government Act subventions. Honorable Minister, on the Financial and Audit Act 2001, Local Government Act says all councils should not run for deficit. Should not run for deficit on their development budget. Legally, it is right government to give subventions when councils are running for deficit on their budget.
Follower Salom, I just want to make it very clear. This government is aware of its responsibility, not only to the council, but all other related institutions of government. During the COVID period, the government of the Gambia took over the responsibility of paying salaries for all the councils in this country and virtually running them. And that's part of our responsibility. What I have told you now, we are reviewing this based on the budgetary line of the councils and that of this National August body. And once we complete it, we are aware of our responsibility. We'll bring it before this August body for election.
Question number 323 of 2024 by the member for Opasalu. He authorized the member for Nyani to read on his behalf.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Lands, Regional Government and Religious Affairs confirm to this August Assembly the salaries and allowances of district tribunals members, and who is responsible for their payment and the last time their pay was reviewed?
Thank you, Honorable Member for Nyani constituency. Honorable Speaker, I am pleased to inform this August Assembly that the creation or establishment of district court members does not fall entirely under the purview of my ministry, but is a shared responsibility with the judiciary. However, while we recognize the critical role they play in the administration of justice at the district level, my ministry wishes to inform you that the district tribunal members do not receive salaries, but rather allowances. It is a recognized fact that these allowances paid by the councils are indeed low. However, a review of the allowance is currently underway. We will be engaging with relevant stakeholders to carefully examine this matter, which is of grave concern to the government, with the aim of revising the allowances upwards.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Instead of salaries, they receive allowances. Is there any plans of increasing the allowances of these district tribunals in the next review?
I have said it's under review, and as soon as that is completed, action will be taken.
Thank you.
Member for Latrikunda Sabeji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I quote you, you said they play a critical role in the administration of justice of this country. Honorable Minister, how will you react to allegations that you seriously interfere in the administration of these district tribunals?
Speaker, it is false. It's false. Fallacious. Not true.
Honorable Member. Honorable, yeah.
Process of councils.
It's in the process.
Member for Birkama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you said this, the allowance paid to the members of the district tribunal is low, but specifically, how much is paid to them, on what basis, whether on sitting or monthly?
I don't have that answer. I can get it for you.
Honorable Speaker, can I observe?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, in a serious note, if a question of this nature is put to the Honorable Minister based on salaries, but he rightly put to us that they are not paid on salaries but on allowances, that is low. If he can confirm that the allowance is low, I have to believe that he is in position to tell us what that allowance is. If he can establish it's low,
then he is not trying to reveal to us how much that amount is, but he knows it, and he is obliged to tell us.
The Speaker, I agree with the Honourable Member.
Honourable Minister, please wait for my ruling. Honourable Minister, please wait for my ruling. Honourable members, please. In fact, the parent questions, the Honourable Minister was asked the salaries and allowances of district tribunal members, and he responded, but not by not providing the salaries and the allowances, indicating that they are low. And a supplementary question from the member for Brikama North, a minority leader, was how much, and the minister indicated that they are not paid salaries but allowances, and it's low, without mentioning the amount which was sought in the original question. And the minority leader and member for Brikama North asked how much a district tribunal member receives allowance, and the minister responded. He also responded to the parent questions, and the objective and the reason behind the drafters allowing supplementary question 2 from the member who asked the substantive questions is in the event that answers are given but he or she is not satisfied, he will make a follow-up questions with view of elucidating on the answers, on the answer given by the minister. And the minister also have the right to reply. And whether the member is satisfied or not, he have another chance to ask. In so doing, it also trickled down to 5 members. Once the vice president or a minister respond, that is it. The only thing we could do is a follow-up question. And in those follow-up questions also, the Honourable Minister or the Vice President will answer. In the event that we may not get the necessary questions, and those questions also the request for the Vice President or the Minister to provide information to the Honourable Members, request documentary as per the answers. So based on that, the Honourable Member for Brikama North asked a question to the Minister, and he responded. But the member for Brikama North is not satisfied. So that was it for the supplementary questions and answer given by the Minister. Then we'll proceed to the next observation. My ruling is that the Honourable Minister have answered your questions.
It was an observation. You observed. You observed.
Yes,
was
please.
a question. Thank you.
Yes, order please. The Honourable Member for Brikama North sought leave of the Speaker to observe, and I granted. And he made his observation, and I appreciate his observation. Thank you. Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, as you have said, allowances are paid and a review process is in place to the district tribunal members. In this review, in order to show effectiveness in tribunal processes, I want to put it to you, would there be any law that will against them being paid salaries instead of allowance? If so, could you include them, the part of salary earners, no more allowance?
Thank you. Let me, if you permit, Mr. Speaker, let me answer to the member for Ifonyi Kansala constituency. As I said,
we have a joint responsibility between the Ministry of Lands, Local Government, Religious Affairs, and the judiciary. They perform two functions. They are both at the level of the local government services and also at the level of judicial. They perform judicial functions. What I have found strange in this when I took over this office was even councillors have no salaries. Elected people in this country don't have salaries. That is sad. And they carry responsibilities close to equal to some of you sitting in this August body. And they have no salaries. This is why I'm saying we are reviewing the entire process. And then there is need to amend some of these acts. So we need to want to do it holistically and look at it and do the rightful thing to advance the cause of justice and development within our government. And I think that's why I'm asking you, we are asking as a government, we want to do it and holistically look at all these issues. You cannot be an elected member, you have no salary. Councillor, you cannot be. That's why we feel that some members of the planning board were paid $2,000. Can you imagine that? They will not perform because they will not fuel their vehicles all the way to come only to be paid a bare minimum of $2,000. So I felt that as a minister responsible, we need to review all these things and correct them. That's what I did, and that's what I'm doing. Honorable Speaker, point of order. Point of order.
There is point of order by the member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, Standing Order 36(7). A question must be answered as clearly and as fully as possible. The question that was raised to Honorable Minister, and he answered the question haphazard. Having known that they receive allowance, not salaries, should be able to tell us how much they receive as allowance. This question was not fully answered. And the standing orders tells us 36(7), a question must be answered as clearly and as fully as possible. Tell the Honorable Minister to tell this August Assembly how much do they receive as allowance.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Kiang West, for that point of order. As clearly as possible, when it is possible, to answer the question. And he will give his answers. But is there any legal provisions that say or state that he must answer a question or he must give you the answers that you want him to give? Is that stipulated? Please, he must answer questions as possible. And what he is doing is his attempt to answer your questions as possible. And him answering his questions, your questions as possible, he is not obliged to give you the answers that you want to hear. There is no law, and we can't do that. You are out of order. Honorable Member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to withdraw, but I didn't have to proceed somehow. The Honorable Minister answered clearly the first leg of the question, which is the allowance. But the other part, to me, there is an ambiguity somehow, which the Honorable Member said, when last time their pay was reviewed? When? I have no answer to that. I was not in the ministry. I was not responsible. I can only talk about what is being now. The current review.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, we will appreciate if ministers, when they are coming here, as substantive holders of institutions under their docket, they should be able to come as people in charge of those institutions. Please, Honorable Minister, please, because this is one government, and once you take over, because either there are files that will lead to you when you dig into those information requested by members of parliament or people in the ministry probably who have memory, institutional memory of those things. It will be very helpful to the members of parliament, especially you can either respond by either your ministry is aware or not. It will be more appropriate than to say because I was not there. We appreciate that, and at this point, I want to thank you, Honorable Minister, for
comment, Mr. Speaker, because you alleged something I need to respond to. I'm aware of government responsibility of continuity. I'm trying to avoid misinforming this assembly. The statistics and data and figures are not with me.
Honorable Minister.
What you are alluding to.
Honorable Minister, please allow me to finish. No, Honorable Minister, there was no questions that I posed. Please, Honorable Minister, allow me to make the point. I was making this general statement so that it's either it is there or it is not there. And as I said earlier, you are not obliged to give answers to what each member wants. I made it very clear. And what I just made clear was so that the Vice President and members of Cabinet will avoid the term I was not there. That's what I said. And at this point, Honorable Minister, I am not opening for a debate on this matter. It is just a point I made, and I would want Honorable Ministers and the Vice President to take note. And thank you very much for those answers provided. You may go now.
For clarity purpose, for the record proceeding of this National Assembly, it is fair you give me a response, allow me a response to your comment. Because you will record it in the Hansard. In the next 100 years, it will be read in this Nova study. I've done that. I've spent years reading the library, things that happen for me. Allow me to respond to what you have said. For the record, for the purpose of the record.
Yes, Honorable Minister, please hold on. Honorable Follower Salum.
Yes, I also try to concur with you, Honorable Speaker. Office is a continuation of it. If the minister is telling us what has happened now, because we have folders in ministries, and what response should be that I don't have the records now in hand. But in what he's doing now, we are not looking for that. We are looking for the records. So I think what the minister said, that it's better you tell us what is happening. Or if you don't have it, you provide us those information.
Honorable Member for Lower Salem, thank you very much for that. Yes, Honorable Ministers, you are right as you indicated. They can, either we have the records or we don't have. But that, because I was not there, that's what I want the Vice President, Honorable Ministers to try to help so that we avoid those things. Oh, thank you, Honorable Minister. You can go ahead. Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, what you are alluding to is far from what I have said. I'm avoiding misleading this House by giving them figures that are not with me. If they want I need to let them say the substantial question as provided for in your standing orders, then I'll give a fitting answer. But let me come. I don't have the figures of the allowances. I don't have it, and I cannot put this out with misleading information. I cannot do that.
No, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you remember you were asked a question, and I said, let them put forward substantive questions, and I ruled it out. There were a lot of questions asked from honorable members today, and I did that because it's not in order. But the questions that were asked to you are in order. And what I am saying, the response that you made, you were not there. That's what we want for members of.
Can you repeat the question? Can they repeat that question, Mr. Speaker?
Order, no. Honorable Minister, can you please take your seat? No, there was no need for them to repeat the questions. Answers were provided, and I want to thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for those answers provided. Thank you so much. Yeah, you may go. Please.
Questions for oral answers. Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment. Honorable Minister Trade. Honorable Minister.
Clerk, proceed.
Questions for oral answer by the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources.
Questions for which your notices were given. Oh, thank you. Honorable Minister, you may proceed to the podium. Questions for which your notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Environment, Parks, Wildlife, and Climate Change. Questions number 333 of 2024 by the member for Jima.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change tell this August Assembly what plans the Ministry has to restore the Nyaribere forest in Jal?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, the member. During the 2014 Meet the People's Tour of the former President, His Excellency President Jammeh, gives a directive for the settlement of the people from Jabisa village, part of the Nyaribere Forest Park. The Ministry of Lands was assigned to do the plan of the settlement and formalize the settlement process. They prepared a map of the settlement measuring 200 hectares. Before the finalization of the administrative process, a change of government happened in December 2016, by which time people had already started encroaching and settled in parts of the Nyaribere Forest Park. Based on the fact that it was a presidential pronouncement and that a good number of people had already encroached and fully settled in part of the forest, attempts to restore this part of the forest would involve forcefully evicting families from land they were allowed to settle by a government, causing them economic loss and hardship. Therefore, Cabinet concluded in April 2023 for the process to form a new settlement with an alcalo be formalized to control further encroachment and protect the rest of the forest park. Cabinet further directed for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources to gazette 82.5 hectares of the forest instead of the initially proposed or planned 200 hectares by the former government, leaving a balance of 1,050 hectares as at now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, how safe is the rest of 1,050 hectares that is remaining, knowing how heavily these dwellers of the new settlement depend on charcoal production and firewood production there.
It's not only the Nyanebera forest that will be affected. Even other forests are also at nearby to other settlements who are also affected by the same. As a ministry, we're working diligently to make sure that we not only ban the production of charcoal, but also provide an alternative so that we will discourage the use. If the demand is not there, the use also will not be there. So that is what we are working to make sure that we have a holistic solution towards this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions.
The member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when this replan is gazetted, that is, instead of the 200 hectares, 82.5 hectares to be allocated for settlement, the remaining 117.5. Would it be fenced so that it can be protected from further encroachment by the settlers?
Fencing it is our wish. I hope and pray that we have the resources to do that for all our forests so that we will protect them from such. But what we are doing as a short-term measure is to put a solid pegs. The pegs have already been put there by the Minister of Lands, so that at least we'll have a clear boundary that marks the settlement and also the forest, which I myself and my team went to visit the last time.
Member for Kiankis, you have the floor.
Question withdrawn as may addressed by Honorable Minority Leader. Yeah.
Thank you. Question number 334 of 2024 by the member for Kiankis.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources update this August Assembly on investigations into the mahogany trees that were cut down in Kiankaf on 24th of May 2024, in which the Minister was mentioned?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and the member for Kiang West. Kiang East, rather. The Director of Forestry, in a report dated 26 August 2024, with regards to the two mahogany trees, stated that the two trees were illegally felled on the 21st May 2024. The report further indicated that the trees were not sold, as erroneously reported by Wankeba Ansu Mane. Instead, they were left under the custody of the community since they were within a private property. However, on the 19th July 2024, the Regional Forest Officer for Lower River Region informed the Director of Forestry of the removal of the two trees without their notice or authority. The matter was reported to the District Chief, a native of the village, and the Alcalo. They helped in the gathering information in the village to determine who was responsible for the unauthorized removal of the felled mahogany trees. When no headway was made by the team, the matter was reported to the Mansakonko Police Station for further investigation and criminal investigation divisions. The investigation is currently going on. We wait to receive it. Concerning the libellous article uttered by Wankeba Ansu Mane, it was alleged that the Honorable Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources sold the mahogany trees for $200,000 and deposited $150,000 into one of her accounts, myself. In line with due process and my rights under the laws of the Gambia, the legal team, that's my legal team, filed a writ of summons at the High Court in Banjul on Thursday, 3rd September 2024, suing Keba Ansu for libel and slander in regards to the malicious and unfounded allegations he made against me concerning the 2 illegally felled mahogany trees at Kiankayam.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the report that you mentioned, that you said was prepared by the Regional Forestry Office in Banjul, we would like to have a copy of it, please. And I think there is an ongoing investigation in the matter. Could you please provide us with a report when that investigation is concluded? Thank you.
Indeed, we will.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Latikuna Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what I find so disturbing is your quickest action to stand rid of someone
Point of order.
but fail to still establish the truth for the what?
Point of order. Is it not like
There is point of order, Honorable Member, by the member for Janjambure. You know, because I'm in love with you, so.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on that head.
You know, I am looking at the list because you are next on the supplementary. That's why I apologize. There's a point of order by a member for Jimana.
Honorable Speaker, I am rising on that head too. In asking question, supplementary question.
All
No
around,
speech shall be made.
open doors of opportunities and blessings unto us.
On any question. So, honorable member here, instead of going straight to the point to ask the question, is time to lay the foundation.
Members, please, members, you cannot. Honorable members, please, don't anticipate my rulings. Please, honorable members. Honorable member for Jimara, you are out of order. Honorable member, please.
Maybe a little that. Honorable Minister, writ of summons came very early. What is delaying the criminal investigation into the 2 mahogany trees? What is delaying that investigation still?
Unfortunately, that's not under my
All
jurisdiction.
around, open doors of opportunities and blessings unto us.
So we have no much control over it. What we can do is to file and allow them to do their course. So for my filing the writ of summons, that's my democratic right. If I think that I've been alleged illegally, I have the right to go to the courts. Even though I publicly said that it was a blue light, apparently a lie, apparently completely. And then, but I have the right to go to the court.
Be very clear on that. The reason why I'm
Clear my
asking
name.
this is because some revenue collectors.
Member for Janjambure, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, in your response, you kept mentioning in name Keba Ansu. Can you tell us who is Keba Ansu?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, member. Honorable member. The Keba Ansu is one Keba Ansu. I don't know him personally.
Minister, please, Minister, wait.
Or do they hand it over to you? So that you now hear me out. So you now keep it. So we want you to be very clear on that. The reason why I'm asking this is because some revenue collectors or some market masters will say they have handed over their cash books. Just wait a minute. For auditing purpose. So we want to know the procedure where it will be.
Minister, you may take your seat. Minister, you may take that seat when I finish. Honorable Minister, you may take the podium, please. Honorable members, I was trying to consult with my technicians, and there was a ruling made by the Speaker, and it will be out of place to mention names of people who may not be able to defend themselves here. That's what I wanted to bring to the attention of the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Member who asked. Even though in answer to her substantive question, to her substantive answer to the substantive question that was asked by the member for Kiang East, in response, she mentioned a particular name, and I want us to leave it at that. Because she can't defend him or herself here, and secondly, also the matter is before the court, but the question was more or less a simple one, that do not seek to dig into the court issue or legal issue, but because he can't defend himself. Honorable Minister, I appeal that I rule that we leave it at that. Thank you. Now, the member for Jara West, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, the cutting of these mahogany trees was since on the 24th of May 2024, almost 4 months now. And if I may hear you well, it's like this matter of the cutting of the mahogany trees is not yet in court. Why it is not taken to court until now?
We just filed it some few days ago because it takes process. You have to do your due diligence, and that's the legal team to do that. So, but present is already in court.
Can I observe?
Who do you want to observe?
My uncle from Jara and the Honorable Minister.
No, your uncle from Jara cannot. I don't think your uncle is seated here. We don't have any uncle from Jara here. We have members of various constituencies.
Honorable Member for Jara West.
Please go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I think just a few seconds ago you did made a ruling that since the matter is before the court, we shouldn't probe any question around it. And in response to the Honorable Minister, she clearly stated that the matter is before the court. So I think we should excuse ourselves.
Thank you. There are two matters here. The one, please, Honorable Member, you should listen to my ruling. The one which is, of course, personal democratic rights, and the other one is about the mahogany trees. So the member for Jara West is asking what delays the issue of mahogany from being taken to the court. Honorable Minister, go ahead and respond.
Okay. For the mahogany trees themselves, because the plan or my decision was to make sure that, hence looking to the surrounding in terms of selling confiscated wood logs has been a challenge. The price itself attached to it is not demotivating the act, people to desist from engaging into the illegal practices. So we thought as a ministry we wanted to make sure that we know who is buying and follow it and make sure we monitor it. That was why we are leaving it there, so that we can make sure that we do a due diligence towards who is buying and who is selling and how it's been sold, and then even where it's going to be deposited to our account. So many things surrounded the process. That's why it's been delayed up to this now. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Busumala, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, if I can understand you well, this thing is still under investigation about the mahogany tree. But how long will it take the ministry to investigate this, if the ministry is investigating it? Or did the ministry officially reported this issue to the Gambia Police Force? And if your ministry is updated in, have an update in the stages of investigation, we want to know. Thank you.
As mentioned in my written submission, the case has been forwarded to the Mansa Konko Police Station for investigation by the Criminal Investigation Division. So now it's from the ministry to the legal team, that's the security aspects. So we wait on them to deliver their part of the assignments. And as I mentioned earlier, once we receive it, we will make sure that these things are shared to the honorable body.
Thank you. Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, the two trees were, they fell down and then not so confirmed, and that they were left under the custody of the community. At one point, these trees or the logs could not be found. That means they were removed. Now under investigation, what aspect of the investigation? Is it surrounding the circumstance around the illegal felling or on the disappearance of the logs?
Both.
Question number 335 of 2024 by the member for Fonyi Bonale.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, tourism development and wildlife conservation have a lot in common. Does the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources devise any plan to introduce big and wild animals at certain parks such as Abuko?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member. The Department of Parks and Wildlife has developed a public-private partnership strategy to promote investment in protected area, including the introduction of wild animals. Ongoing consultations with potential investors and partners include MEGNA, that's the Minister of Environment, is currently in discussion for restocking Kiang West National Park with the Aspinall Foundation. Significant progress has been made, including conducting feasibility studies regarding the introduction of species. The draft MOU agreement is under review, and the Aspinall Foundation sent their response to issues raised by the Minister of Justice on the 4th September 2024, which will be looked at before forwarding to the Minister of Justice for finalization as may be applicable. Coloris is a private investment company interested in operating in Tanje Bird Reserve, and they've also signed an MOU with the Department of Parks and Wildlife, and we are pursuing to make sure that we implement with them. In the meantime, individual Gambians have shown interest in investing in the protected areas, but more of them are at the negotiation stage after presenting their letters of interest. Abuko Nature Reserve had received two potential investments, Eagle Heights and Abuko Game Reserve, that's Fatala, whose investment could not proceed due to encroachments and vandalism of the fence by the community of Lamin, Abuko Welingara and Kunkujang, to maintain these illegal football fields within the buffer zone that was designated for restocking. Cabinet has already provided a committee to look into this, and a cabinet paper is to be submitted by the Minister of Lands to work on the recommendations to mitigate the issues of encroachment of this park and other areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member for Janjamure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, I think tourism is everyone's business, considering the fact that it is the backbone of this nation today, not just agriculture. So as such, what measures are you taking to discourage illegal encroachment of our gazetted national parks, more especially with Abuko?
This is what I mentioned, to say that Cabinet is recognizing this importance, and a Cabinet subcommittee was constituted by the chair, and we teamed up and went there, including other encroachment issues also under the Minister of Agriculture. A Cabinet paper is prepared and to be submitted by the Minister of Lands. But because of the unsteady ministerial positions in the ministry, we cannot still stable it at the, with Cabinet. But the Cabinet paper is already prepared and submitted to the Cabinet office. Hopefully very soon we will come up with a proactive decisions to mitigate these issues. But to sum it all, this is what we have for specific to Abuko, was because some time back, even the space that we have as Abuko Nature Reserve was bigger than what is now. But because of encroachment, the land was reduced by the former government to allocate some part of it to the communities for recreation use, such as football fields. But unfortunately, these areas were also resold again by the community. Notably, I would say maybe by the alcalos and other community members. So what we discussed or agreed upon in the recommendation that should come to Cabinet for final endorsement is to make sure that once we reduce or agree to remove portion to give to these young people whom we are also serving as a government, but at least to make sure that we are able to kill two birds with one stone, maintain the nature reserve, but also serve the interests of the young people who are in dire need of football fields. But this time, the Minister of Sports has agreed to make sure that they will lease all these football fields to make sure that it will be deterred from any other party using it for a different purpose other than only as a football field. Thank you.
Member for Fonyi Councillor, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Looking at the issues of parks, encroachment, as you've said, is taking the lead in various park sites. In terms of park officials, I don't know how they normally call them, rangers, are they available? If so, do they have resources to take in charge of going down some of those parks or see that encroachment is not taken to some of those areas?
Thank you. I do not want to disclose my weapons as at now, but I'll have to give you briefings. As a ministry, we noticed that our acts are not very strong to mitigate such kinds of measures and also enhance the capacity of our officials. In this case, for them to be able to pursue illegal encroachers and also go to the extra mile to protect themselves and also our forests. So we are currently reviewing the Forest Act, which is a key concern, and very soon we are already on the validation, working on the validations, and most likely the Environment Committee will be invited to look at it so that we can look at what we want to adjust. Among them is to provide security training for our parks, for our officials. In the interim, in case they need to use weapons to protect themselves and protect the parks, they will be, just like what's happening in our neighboring countries and other parts of in Africa as well. We need to capacitize them because we cannot have a hectare to an officer or maybe a certain kilometer to an officer. So if you want to have 2 officers to manage about 1,000 hectares, they need to have the capacity to do that by using drone, by using weapons that will scare encroachers and other illegal users of the forest. So we are going the extra mile to do that as quickly as possible, and it's one of our top priorities at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Busumbala, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, in your response, you did indicate that the previous government has allocated part of these parks to the young people to use it as a football. And for some reason, the alcalos came and sold those football fields. As a ministry, as a ministry, what action have you taken to protect these lands?
Thank you. Just to make it more clear, I did not say it was sold by the Alcalo, but I said it could include the Alcalo, because we know that when you're selling land, the Alcalo must be part of it. Because these are not written documents. When we are on our visit during the investigation, the cabinet committee, we were told by people around it that the land was initially given for football field, but it was sold by the community, which I presumably think that the Alcalo must be part of it, but not to conclude that the Alcalo was the one who sold the land. But here I did mention that as part of the recommendation, which is yet to go through cabinet, but that is what we agreed as a team, who we are sent by the cabinet to look into this. That is to say that now if we agree, because in as much as we also want to protect this land, but as a country we are serving the young people, and if they are in their need of football fields, we have 9 football fields in the park at different areas. So strategically, we want to make sure that at least we give a reasonable size of land that will be leased this time around by the Minister of Sports, who was also and who is part of the committee, and agrees that one of the challenges is most of this land that we are giving to them to be used as football field are not leased. So if they're not leased, they're just given by football to be used as football field. Anybody can encroach upon it. But if it is a leased land now, you have an edge legally to maintain, manage, supervise, and control it. Thank you.
Question number 336 of 2024 by the member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources inform this August Assembly when the canal project waterway from Abuko via Bundung to Manjai will commence, as communities along this waterway are eager for the realization of this canal project?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member for Bundung Kakunda. The project is a 5-year World Bank project called the West Africa Coastal Area Resilient Investment Project 2, commonly called here as WACA, to the tune of $45 million. The financing agreement was signed 2nd February 2023, and the effective date was 2nd May 2023, expected to be completed in 2017. It is in my singular honor to provide this August Assembly with the latest update on the project physical implementation along the Kotu stream as follows. The installation of the hydrometer equipment at the Kotu stream. The project has installed 2 hydrometer rain gauges and 2 water level recorders at different strategic locations within the Kotu stream catchment areas for flood investigations. The hydrometer equipment is functioning and being managed by the Department of Water Resources. Feasibility studies detailing engineering, design, and supervision of the Kotu stream for flood risk mitigation. These are the most important activities to be undertaken. Taken by the project, and I use a binding document for the construction of the civil works. The evaluation of the technical and financial proposal of the shortlisting firms is currently ongoing, and the most responsive firm is expected to be contracted for contract negotiation before the end of September 2024. Short-term flood mitigation intervention along the Kotu streams. In the meantime, pending commencement of the major civil work, short-term interventions were carried out along the Kotu stream prior to the start of the 2024 rainy season to mitigate flood risk. The activities undertaken during the short-term intervention include the silting of sand along waterways, removing of debris in waterways, cleaning and removal of indiscriminate solid waste along the 2 lengths of the stream, clearing and cleaning drainage that are connected to the stream, and disposal of waste generated to the designated dump sites. Below is the list of beneficial communities of the WACA short-term intervention on flood risk mitigation along the Kotu stream. The Kotu, Latrikunda Yiringanya, Latrikunda Erikjan, Manjai, Dipakunda, Serakunda, that's the London corner, Bakote Bundung, Latrikunda Sabiji, Sukuta, and Nemakunku. Cleansing of the drains that connects to the Kotu stream. The Pakunda Safidin Road, 0.63 kilometers were done. Safidin Birkama Bridge, 0.409 kilometer was done. Kotu Manjai Road, 0.266 kilometer. SOS Junction to Bakote Police Station, 0.5 kilometer. Latrikunda Yiringanya to the stream, 0.305. Latrikunda Yiringanya Mos, Big Tree, 0.347. Bakote Fish Market to the bridge, 0.73 kilometers. And Dipakunda Manjai Road, 0.250 kilometers, totaling to 3.086 kilometers. In addition, the project procured 30 portable flood water pumps with a capacity to pump 100 liters per minute. The 30 small flood water pumps was distributed among the 11 communities along the Kotu stream based on relevant vulnerability. Furthermore, 4 heavy-duty flood water pumps with a pumping capacity of 8,700 liters per minute were procured by the project and handed over to NDMA-2, KMC, that's the Kanifi Municipal Council, 1, and Birkama Municipal Council, also 1 pump. Thanks to this intervention of the project, since the commencement of the 2024 rains, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we are yet to receive any major flood issues along the Kotu stream. The major transformative infrastructure works for the Kotu stream is expected at the end of 2025, come 2026, and the anticipated impacts will significantly improve the lives and livelihood of the community. Slowly but surely, by 2027, this project's dividend will be seen by all of us. Thank you.
Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Since the primary cause of the flooding in those communities you have mentioned is mainly by encroachment in the water stream, so does this project also include the reclamation of those properties encroached in those communities?
Sure, all that is going to be factored into the project, and work has already started in reviewing. The plan is already ready, and we are going to do that, inshallah.
Member for Latrikunda Sabiji, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you were talking more on cleansing drainage. This question is the canal from Bundung, Abuko via Bundung. Canal engineered build drainage for drainage management. Right now, there is no feasibility to build a canal from Abuko to Bundung. I'm an engineer by profession. This is impossible without relocating thousands of people in their compounds or without affecting critical infrastructures. Are you also planning compensation? Because there is no way that you will do this without displacing settlements. Do you have any plan for compensation in case those settlements are affected?
I am not an expert in engineer, but then I did mention in my question that the feasibility study or the process to get a contract is already going. We are reviewing the contracts, and soon a contract will be awarded. To do all that you are saying, the engineering work needs a detailed feasibility studies. But as at primary, just on the follow-up of the previous question, yes, we understand that there are heavy encroachments in it, but the project is going to work with the experts to make sure that we minimize as much as possible, but not also to compromise results. And compensation will be done based on the due diligence checks that we will do working with the stakeholders concerned, specific the Minister of Lands and Justice, to guide us on this. But the due diligence will be done to make sure that we arrive to the main target, inshallah.
Member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you're talking about compensation, and currently the project has started, and people are still encouraging the canal. Are there any measures to stop those people immediately?
I am not sure that we have new people encroaching the canal, but if that's the case, also we will look into it. We will have a review, but I know the project is a full-fledged sector of its own. They are working on the job, and then they are keeping close eye onto the environment to make sure that their work is not affected. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable Minister for Environment, Parks, Wildlife, and Climate Change. For those answers provided, you may go. Thank you. And we wish you recovery from your call. Honorable members, at this point, of course, in accordance with Order 13, the Speaker can suspend or adjourn at any time. But this time I want to go to my office. It may take a few minutes, so I don't want to suspend it. And in accordance with the standing orders, in the absence of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, members may elect. And we have been, of course, acting in accordance with precedents and order of President as well. When such happens, we have always called in the majority leader to do that, but I want to throw that back to you. Do I allow the majority leader on your behalf to come and take over for a few minutes while I am away? Or you want to do election? Minority leader, yes.
Majority leader, take the seat and then we proceed.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Is that the agreement?
Yeah.
Thank you.
To be our speaker before you go. No. He'll bully us here, please.
But he's your friend. Huh? Remember for Eliasa? Eliasa, yes. I saw you tag up.
Thank you very much. We now call the Honourable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment to take the podium. Honorable members, questions journalists were given for honorable ministers for oral reply. Question number 280 of 2024 by honorable member for Nyamira Dankunku. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment inform this August Assembly why his ministry is re-advertising the $50 million Badia credit facility for businessmen to apply, while Jar Oil Company is already awarded the contract and payment disbursed a year ago?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member, the company utilized part of the facility and repaid Badia in full. However, the company informed my ministry their intention no longer to utilize the facility. Consequently, the facility became due for disbursement again as per the agreement with Badia. So on the instruction of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment re-advertised to inform other businesses in the country of the availability of the facility.
Minister, how much was given to JAR before his withdrawal from the facility?
Honorable Speaker, according to our information, he received 20 million out of the 50 million. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you have re-advertised this loan again. And at the beginning of this loan, we were informed by the custodian of the loan, that is the Ministry of Finance, during the process of tendering at the beginning, that JAR was the only person who was capable on blocking this loan. Now JAR is out. How would you what information are you giving the public? What impression? Because since JAR was the only person that was capable, and now you are re-advertising it.
Honorable Speaker, I don't understand what the question is.
Okay, listen to me very carefully. At the beginning of this loan, the finance minister stood here and told us JAR was the only person, only competent person that met the criteria of this loan. After disbursing 1 year, after 1 year, you already told me that you disbursed $20 million to JAR. Now JAR have withdrawn from the loan. I'm just trying to assert, how would you, impression is your ministry is sending the public, since JAR was the only business person that was capable, that met the criteria of this loan.
Honorable member, I don't think it's important to ask the minister what impression are given. Oral questions are used to elucidate, supplementary questions are used to elucidate on oral answer given. So you are entitled to two. You've already asked one, and you ask, this is the last question. So you either ask the minister on responses given rather than asking what impression is shown to the public. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, you see a minister stand where he was standing and then inform this August Assembly. One person was capable. One person that was capable, that's what they told us. Told this August Assembly. So I am now asking him, what message were they sending to us and the public? Was that a correct message or was a wrong message?
Honorable Speaker, the last part of the question is clear to me. JA was the only competent business that applied who was given authority to utilize the fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member for, where's the list? Latukunda Savage.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, in this credit arrangement, what is the role of government? Is government acting as an indemnifier, taking the primary responsibility in case of default, or secondary obligations as a guarantee in case of default?
Honorable Speaker, the government is neither an indemnifier nor a guarantor. The government is a facilitator for the business community to access the facility.
Thank you very much. I now recognize member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, how many people apply for this loan, and what are the criteria for one to be awarded with this loan? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I need to ask for the records of how many people applied. I don't have the answer on top of my head. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now recognize member for Joshua.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you made mention that JA refunded the amount that was disbursed to him. Did he pay with interest? If yes, what was government's stake in this?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to make it clear that the Ministry of Trade was not involved at any point in the transaction. We merely facilitated access to the private sector on the advice of the Ministry of Finance. So whether they paid with interest, the terms and conditions of the loan are not anything we are privy to. It's the Ministry of Finance that represents government in transactions of this nature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I recognize member for Lower Salom.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the follow-up. Honorable Minister, contract is awarded to JA, being the competent party, the entire businessmen in the country. And now there must be a clause of the contract how to rescind the contract, whether the due process of it has been done or not.
Honorable Speaker, if the honorable member is asking if the Ministry of Trade knows the contract, our answer is no. We are not part of the contract arrangement. The Ministry of Finance is responsible for the entire process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize member for Brikama North and the Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, earlier on we were told that the beneficiary of the facility was supposed to receive 50% of the facility, if that stands to be right. And now we are told JA will receive 40 million, 20 million, which is less than the 50%. What happened to the remaining percentage, that is the 5 million?
Honorable Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the Ministry of Trade is not a party to this contract. As a result, I will not be in a position to answer such a question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We now goes to question number 281 of 2024 by Honorable Member for Lower Salom.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the follow-up. Honorable Speaker, could the Minister of Trade, Industry and Regional Integrations and Employment frankly inform this August Assembly whether the JA Oil Company has met the terms and conditions of the 50 million Badia facility? And if yes, can the Ministry provide us with the proper documentations and minutes of meetings held regarding the process of engaging with all interest Gambian-owned private companies, businesses, before the facility was given to JAOL.
Honorable Speaker, JAOL Company must have met all the requirements to access the facility, otherwise the Badia, which set out the criteria, would not have selected them. The relevant documentation relating to our engagements with the business community have all been shared with the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the attention of the National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The essence of this question, basically, Honorable, the Minister of Finance shifted the entire responsibility in your ministry. That, as you say, they are facilitators. But in our agreement that we have, they are the borrower. In that context, are you telling us that all these businessmen that applies, you don't have their records when they are applying? Or is this your ministry or Ministry of Finance that engage the business on businesses?
The question is, can you help me understand?
Honorable member, just try to be precise and straight to the point and avoid foundation.
I will say, Minister, yes, please. The Badia facility, what we are told, and in your answer, that the Minister of Finance are the facilitators. But in our agreement, it wasn't written like that. It means the Minister is of Finance are the borrower. Honorable Minister, 50 million is given to JAR as a credit facility. No, 50. That was the, allow me to complete. That was the initial proposals. That JAR wants the Badia loan, and 20 was disbursed. Are you ready to give us an update of JAR involvement and why JAR was return back the loan facility to your ministry?
Honorable Speaker, may I say in no uncertain terms that JAR would not return the money to my ministry because my ministry was not part of the process for them to access the money. So we have no idea also why they are returning it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have one more. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My follow-up is the documentation. Are all ready at the Office of the Clerk?
I had said earlier that the documentation in relation to our engagement with the public in order to recommend eligibility have been shared with the Office of the Clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Yes, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you've made it very clear that in the facility of this loan, I think Minister of Finance is leading more into the criteria base. What role does your ministry perform in this facility?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and member from Fonyi Kansala. The role my ministry plays is linking the private sector with the Ministry of Finance and Badia for them to partner and ensure this facility is accessible. That's my role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize member for Janjanbureh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, for the purpose of clarity, in your response, you said your ministry were only facilitators to this loan package. And looking at the contract signed, it is clear that the government instead was a borrower. What is the position of your ministry in terms of these two nomenclatures, please?
Honorable Speaker, in fact, the honorable member is better informed than me in relation to the fact that I did not even have access to the contract document. So if the Ministry of Finance is the borrower, that's the contract. I have no access to it. My ministry facilitated by advertising, inviting the private sector, meeting with them, discussing in the presence of the Ministry of Finance the terms and conditions as per the information given to us to share with the private sector. We did that. The private sector engaged with the Ministry of Finance and Badia. Then a tripartite agreement was met between them. The contract that you have, that I don't have, spells out what I don't know. So I can only tell you that even the borrowing part, I didn't know about that. I know about the facilitation. That's where my ministry is confined.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that response. I now recognize member for Kian West.
Honorable Minister, doesn't it interest you as a minister responsible for trade to see the contract agreement for which you were an intermediary between the ministry and that of the applicant?
Honorable Speaker, finance matters are not under my purview. As a result, I wasn't inclined to even read the contract because the Minister of Finance is capable and competent to represent government in that contract signing. So I had no idea what was in the contract. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I now recognize member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Since this is about trade, and your ministry is responsible to bring investors and the Minister of Finance to access the loan. And you've said that the contractual, since it was very difficult to meet the criteria set for this loan, so this time around when it came to your ministry to advertise it, didn't you go through the contractual agreement and advise the Minister of Finance to redraft the criteria so that it can be accessible by one or two investors in the Gambia?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have my views on the criteria particularly, and I've made those views very clear to my technical team. As I stand in front of you, perhaps the first meeting is taking place of the shortlisted, well, the invited applicants are engaging. I would have loved to see this disbursed in another manner, having spent a quarter of a century in loan disbursement. I would have loved to see a different approach, but that is not for me to call. It's not my call. It's the call of the Badia, which is an investment bank. They have their criteria, and government may engage to ask for a softening. But I am not in a position to be part of that negotiation because the Ministry of Finance negotiates loans and grants and other financing facilities.
Very much.
I want to...
By honorable member for Lower Salum. Sorry, 282.
Honorable Speaker, Could the Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integrations and Employment confirm to this August Assembly $20 million was distributed to Jar Oil Company and waiting for second disbursement of $15 million? If yes, can the Minister give us the full descriptions of each transaction, including the name of the importer, commodities, cost, country of origin, and the name and the nationality of the supplier?
Honorable Speaker, the first tranche of $20 million was disbursed to Jar Oil, I can confirm. The implementation of the facility, as per the loan agreement, is a tripartite in nature, involving Badia, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, and the beneficiary company, Jar Oil Company. As per the terms and conditions of that loan, all documentation relevant to each transaction, including the contract, and I quote, the contract with the supplier of the commodity, certificate of origin, and invoices, shall be submitted directly to Badia for review. Because Motai is not a party to the loan agreement, we cannot have access to those documents. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister, Honorable Speaker, if you allow me to read the agreement, the sections of disbursement.
Like I said, supplementary questions are guided under 43(1) sub 1, 2, and 3. It means to purpose of eliciting an oral answer. So you either ask the minister based on what he said to give you more clarification, not really bringing new element. Please.
Actually, this is it's not a new element, it's an agreement. This is where I quoted my coxswain from the Badia agreement. This is why, if you can permit me to ask from the...
My issue is that our standing orders are very clear on supplementary questions. So once you ask your question, whether it's really answered or not, you have two times to really ask for another question relating to that. So to clarify the oral answer he has given.
This is why I ask your permission. If it's granted, I have no problem. If it's not, then we can.
Of course, I wouldn't mind, but know that you have a minute to ask supplementary question.
On the agreement section 404, the supporting documents stipulated in section 404 in this agreement includes, but not limited to, the following: the full descriptions of each transactions, including the name of the import commodities, cost, country, and the origin, the payment arrangement of the transactions and related documents, the model of disbursement requested, transaction direct transfer to the supplier, and reimbursement where applicant, the supplier contract signed with the supplier, the all sales invoices. Before you have your second payment, you must provide all these documents in place to get your second disbursement. And now already you have disbursed 20 million.
Please, Honorable Minister, you can respond, but remember your 1 minute has elapsed for a supplementary question. Minister, respond. No, I said you are all right to reference your document, but know that the supplementary question cannot pass a minute, which I've given you the leverage to dialogue on it. Yes. Can he respond to your question now? Yeah. So, Mike, please.
I'm grateful to the honorable member, for even educating me on the verification process, the requirements, because I maintain my position. I am not a party to this loan contract. As a result, those documents will not be submitted to me. They'll not be passed through my office, so I wouldn't know. Thank you.
Fair, my brother. Very fair. The reason why I'm asking this, where you are standing, is the Minister of Finance says they are the facilitator, but the implementing agent is the Minister of Trade. We want you to confirm now for us whether all this that I'm asking, you are not aware of it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I am very, very clear and firm on this, that the very day we submitted the list of those who are eligible for this loan, meaning JA, the implementation transferred to the loan disbursement agency, BADIA, Ministry of Finance, and the beneficiary. And we only got feedback that the 20 million has been repaid, and the company confirmed to us they are not going for any other amount out of the 50, which made the 50 available again, and that's why we have restarted the process.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for those response. I now recognize Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader. Thank you. I now recognize Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister. As you have responded previously that your ministry sole responsibility on this loan package was to facilitate. Is it appropriate for your ministry to facilitate a loan that they don't have access to the contract document?
Sorry, I don't think that question is in line. You cannot ask the minister an opinion. Is it appropriate for the ministry? You can ask a supplementary question on his oral answers. You can ask an opinion whether it's appropriate or not. Please.
But I refer to a ministry, not to an individual.
I understand.
So what makes it personal?
Sorry,
Speaker.
Honorable Member, the rules are very clear. Supplementary questions are meant for elucidation of a point. So now you either ask based on what he's supplied to you, but not really asking for an express opinion, which is against our own order.
I'm not asking for opinion.
Is it appropriate? What do you mean by that?
I'm not asking for opinion. Just rule it out as you wishes.
I now recognize Member Funyame Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, when was the first $20 million disbursed to JA?
Honorable Speaker, the question would have to be redirected to the Ministry of Finance, because I don't know.
You see,
thank you.
Honorable thank you. Honorable Member, you've asked a question. When was it disbursed to JA? And he said that it has to be redirected to JA and to the Ministry of Finance. So I think the issue is that we have to write another question to the Ministry of Finance pertaining to this. But what the Minister has said to us very clear, there are more of a linkage to bring the business environment to the Ministry of Finance to access this loan. Not necessarily they are part and parcel of the loan negotiation. But as the Minister responsible for trade, under their purview, he's made it clear that they don't negotiate the terms and conditions of this loan, but their responsibility is to facilitate business environment to come and access the loan from the Ministry of Finance, and that ends it. So I think we need to engage the Ministry of Finance more rigorously on the implementation vis-a-vis, as Honorable Member Lower Salem said, the credit advice and the receipt prior before having access to other phone again. So it will be germane to bring the Minister of Finance to this picture. I recognize Member Koyan West.
And I think that doubts are clear about the process. So I will.
Thank you very much. So question number 283 by member for Lower Salem again.
Honorable Speaker, I kindly withdraw. Honorable Speaker, you don't know what we are doing, but I will just try to. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for giving us the update and your position. Our essence of asking questions just to make the public awareness, regarding on the issues. But I will kindly withdraw these questions based on it that you have not known anything on this contract. And today is your first time even knowing what is happening in the contracts. But thank you very much. We will deal with him, don't worry.
Question number 284 of 2024 by the member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is an open secret that the current rate of price hiking by traders is unprecedented. Could the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment inform this August Assembly what the Ministry is doing to remedy this situation?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Bakau constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Gambia maintains a free market economy policy and a liberal trading environment where prices of goods and services are determined by market forces. The price hike of some basic commodities is a reflection of the volatility of the global commodities, and Gambia, as a net importer of basic commodities, is vulnerable to these external shocks. In addition, the value of the dollar against the US dollar, which is one of the major trading currencies globally, has been depreciating since January 2024, adding to the cost of importation. It is important to emphasize that the Central Bank of the Gambia is the most appropriate government institution that has the mandate and tools to manage inflation in the Gambia through monetary policy. To support that process, the Ministry of Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment continues to engage the key stakeholders to dampen the effects of rising prices of essential commodities due to external shocks. Where necessary, the Ministry requests the Gambia Ports Authority to provide priority berthing of vessels carrying essential commodities to avoid demurrage charges, but may be passed through to consumers in the market. In addition, the Ministry of Trade continues to advocate for and implement industrial support measures for private sector investment in key productive sectors as long-term strategy to minimize imports of essential commodities. The Ministry will continue to strengthen its surveillance mechanism through the weekly stock level monitoring and the regular engagement with importers and retailers of essential food commodities to ensure availability and affordability of commodities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, as you've indicated that the Gambia maintains free market trading, as a ministry, since this affects citizens of the country, will it not be your minister's responsibility to intervene to make sure that things are normalized?
Sorry, I left the microphone on. Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, and members of Parliament, it will be a pleasure at the Ministry for the Honorable Member to share with us if he has any guidance beyond what we are doing at the moment. Because we have said on occasions before, and I will repeat here, As long as what we consume as basic commodities do not originate from our territory, as long as they are produced from beyond the borders, setting a price for them will be a major challenge. And as I said in one of my paragraphs, the issue of monetary policy is also not sitting in my ministry. Even if it was sitting there, it will be a challenge to find a way to attach a cost to a product we did not produce. As a result, we have maintained recently, and the rhetoric has not changed, that we as a country must encourage investment into the productive sector, into agricultural production, into a focus on food production in this country so that we reduce our dependence on imports. As a net importer, meaning we import everything we consume, it will be a big challenge for us to determine the cost of those things because they are coming from beyond our borders. So, Honorable Member, we are ready to work with the Committee on Agriculture, the Committee on Trade, for us to further encourage our own Gambians to go back to investing in producing the food that we need for the year. Once we are able to do that, we may be able to determine the price of the commodities. But once they are sailing with the logistical challenges we have globally at sea, I can give a typical example. Our rice, majority of what we consume was coming from India. When we had the glitch in 2024 from India, having rice to come from India, we diverted to Brazil. We diverted to Pakistan. The sources of our rice being those two countries, you look at the logistics in terms of bringing it into this country, the challenges in the Red Sea, the diversion of those vessels via South Africa. Oh, perhaps that says I should stop. Proceed.
Honorable Minister, answering supplementary questions, you are limited only to 2 minutes. Honorable Member, do you have any further supplementary questions?
That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any other? Member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you made mention of the foreign currency issue with regards to the price control. Being the Ministry of Trade, what are your plans currently to work with the Ministry of Finance or the central, or the government of the central bank to at least play with bringing, how do they be able to bring down the foreign currency by controlling the external bills in this country? That will also help in controlling the foreign currency. Is there any plan to liaise with him?
Honorable Speaker, I can confirm to the Honorable Member that it should be the reverse. Monetary policy belongs to central bank, fiscal policy belongs to the Ministry of Finance. So they should be guiding me, revive the economy, support it, get it stronger in order that our dollar gains against the dollar. So we'll be very happy to cooperate with them in this line, but it's all down to our productive sector and our boost of our export regime. Thank you.
Member for Opanyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want the Minister to tell the August Assembly that the extra effort he has made in the area of interministerial collaboration and the
Remember, please speak up a bit louder.
Yes. I just want the Honorable Minister to tell the August Assembly that the extra effort they have made, if any, in the area of ministerial collaboration with other ministries, in the area of departmental institutional collaboration within his ministry, just to remedy the situation, what have you done? Thank you.
Several occasions, we had to collaborate with the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank to make available required foreign currency to pay suppliers. Because these are challenges that sometimes they face in relation to accessing adequate dollars to pay their vendors whilst they are standing. And we are grateful that the agencies, the Central Bank, the Ministry of Finance, do take our advice, just like the Gambia Ports Authority. When we discover a vessel at sea that is carrying essential commodities that are about to be exhausted in our market, because we are doing a weekly surveillance of the market and commodities and prices, when we write, they honor our writing. And that priority berthing of a vessel can save millions of dollars of demurrage charges which would have been passed through to a consumer. So that is what we are also doing to maintain the prices at a stable level. If you look at our prices at the moment for the past 5 months, we have been flat, and rather than say a price hike, we should be talking about a slump. All the essential commodities, the prices are going down. I hope they continue going down.
Thank you. Now I invite the member for Banjul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, you did made it very clear during your response that your ministry is ready to work, for example, together with the Ministry of Agriculture in terms of remedying the situation. But I just want to know whether there is any existing mechanism that you put in place so that you will be able to achieve such an endeavor.
We are working on some programs that will eventually bring us together. If you were watching the media recently, the Minister of Agriculture and myself embarked on a tour to visit some projects in this country and also visit some investment locations that are focused on food production. But at the level of the technicians, we are also working out on a framework out that will bring the two ministries together constantly to be talking about our joint efforts towards ensuring there is food self-sufficiency. So we are working closely as ministries, and the Ministry of Finance is within that circle with us. Thank you.
Question number 285 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment give a comprehensive update on how the first tranche of the $50 million revolving trade finance facility was used by the beneficiary, Regile Oil, and its impact on the availability and price stability of essential goods in the markets now that the ministry has opened application for the second tranche of the said finance facility.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Member from Brikama North, this first tranche of the Badia facility granted to Jaoel Company was used by the company to import cement and vegetable oil, according to our information. The facility enabled them to increase the supply of cement during the peak period, thereby enabling them to stabilize the price of cement as the price eventually dropped from $375 per bag factory price to $355 per 50 kilogram bag at the factory. They also were able to import huge quantities of vegetable oil and sell them at a reduced price of $1,550 per 20-liter container around the Feast of Tobaski. At a time, the market price was on average $2,200. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On the side of the price for cement, I tend to doubt that the price has dropped from $375 to $355. Very recent, my humble self, I have receipt for that. And the very jar oil, I bought a bag of cement at $380.
Honorable Speaker, that's a possibility. The figures I am referring to, the drop from 375 to 355, is the information we are also getting from our surveillance at the factory. Usually the factory price, if you bought it from the factory at 385, then that's news to us and we'll be investigating that. But if it is outside the factory, now you have factored other cost elements, the price could be different from what you are paying at the factory.
Honorable Minister, we are referring to availability and stability of the price. That's the essence of this facility. The issue of the factory price and then the retail price. I am referring to the very dry oil supply facility. If the price is at 380, how can we relate that to the availability of the price regarding to the essence of the loan?
Honorable Speaker, it will be very it will interest the honorable member to establish what the price of cement was when the loan was being disbursed and what it is at the moment to determine whether it had an impact. And the information we are giving is based on the information that my surveillance team is getting, that the price at the factory dropped from 375 to 355, which would be translated into the retail price in the shops in the high street. Thank you.
Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Minister, when I asked about government role in this credit transaction, the question was very deliberate. I asked the question here before with the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance said government is a guarantee, but you said government is not a guarantee, it's not an indemnifier. I don't know who is speaking the truth.
Well, if that's what the Minister of Finance said, I withdraw my answer, because he is responsible for that. All I know is with loans and facilities of this kind, the government, well, what I believe, I should say, not what I know, because he is the Minister of Finance. If that's the answer he gave you, go by that. I will withdraw mine. Thank you.
Question number 286 of 2024 by the member for Bundung Kakunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment inform this August Assembly whether the Standard Bureau has mechanism in place to supervise the quality and quantity of measurable products in the market?
Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member from Bundung Kakunda constituency, the responsibility to supervise the quality of measuring products in the market falls under the purview of the Food Safety and Quality Authority. The Standards Bureau is responsible for setting the standards. As for the supervision of measuring instruments, the Weights and Measures Department under the Ministry of Trade is responsible. They are mandated to check the accuracy or not of weighing scales, pumps, lens, voluminous containers, pre-packaged products, etc. in our market. The role of the Gambia Standards Bureau is to facilitate the work of the regulator or the regulatory bodies in terms of enforcement, and the role of the traders in terms of compliance through the development of applicable standards. The Bureau is not a regulatory body. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that response. Basically, I don't know whether the Standard Bureau, they have a plan to collaborate with these other stakeholders we are talking about, because looking at the current situation, measurable products, there is nobody who is taking care of them, and ordinary Gambians are getting too much for it.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this question. I wish I had more than 2 minutes to go on this one. That is the reason we brought before this assembly a very important bill, the Legal Metrology Bill, intended to amalgamate the Weights and Measures Department and the Standards Bureau, so that will give them the opportunity to collect fees and utilize that money to empower the institution to be able to perform their role effectively in all the markets. I have said here in my previous answer that the Weights and Measures is under-resourced, both in terms of human resources, financial resources, and equipment. The equipment they use to verify whether a scale is accurate, they are expensive. Whether a tape measure is accurate, they are expensive. Not only that, they require a lot of capacity, scientific knowledge to be able to perform this job. So the Standards Bureau per se will set the standards. Then the Weights and Measures will go to the market and ensure the cup being used is the right one, because they design the specifications. But they do not have the capacity to be in every market every day and verify what the palm oil seller is doing, what the sugar seller is doing. We do not have the capacity to do that. This amalgamation, we believe, will lead to a system that will give us the opportunity to be able to monitor that and what is happening at the fuel pump. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for Trade, Industry, Regional Integration and Employment, for those answers provided.
I want to send something, a very important message.
Clerk. Questions for oral answers by the Honorable Minister for Agriculture.
Hey.
Questions for which due notices were given to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture and is it livestock? Minister, can you help us? I understand there was change of name.
Yes, it's Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security.
Okay, the questions for which due notices were given to the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security by honorable members for oral reply. Question number 3 to 4 of 2024 by the honorable member for Jimara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to withdraw my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question number 3 to 5 of 2024 by the honorable member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the borehole at Sotokoi Women's Garden has a problem. Could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture inform this August Assembly whether the Ministry has any plans to rehabilitate women's gardens across the country, particularly Sotokoi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Sami. The department is aware of the above-mentioned constraint in Sotokoi Women's Garden. However, the problem has already been addressed by one of our projects, GAFSIP project. In addition, the Ministry is advancing efforts to link other gardens that have similar problems with projects that are tasked to establish and/or rehabilitate gardens across the country. Recently, the Roots project has completed the rehabilitation of 15 gardens across the country, and 8 unfinished NEMA gardens would be completed by Roots before the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, you want to tell me that the borehole at Sotokoi is functioning?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for Same. Yes, this is the answer that the projects have given me, and I've even quoting the project that has addressed the issue, and that is the GAPSI project.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I just want to know, when did they last to visit that site?
Thank you very much, Honorable. I wouldn't be able to know when was the last time they visited, but this information they gave me is as recent as yesterday, and this is from our project and our technicians.
Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, apart from the root project, do we have any other project that is there to renovate the garden across the country as the question stipulated?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang. Yes, apart from roots, there are other projects that are also focused on either rehabilitating or establishing new gardens. And one of them is the giraffe project that is in the works that should establish about 40 new gardens across the country. And GAPSIP is a project that is working in rehabilitation of gardens. And in fact, it was GAPSIP project that rehabilitated the garden from Sotokoi.
Member for Latikunda Sabe, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, what I want to understand, or what I want you to help the National Assembly to understand, NEMA project was implemented on the same garden project. That project failed. Roots take over. Are you also telling us Giraffe is doing the same gardening project? Then something is always done wrong with our project decides. 3 projects in the same intervention area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Member for Latkunda. I would first disagree with your description of NEMA being failed. Being incomplete would not necessarily be that. However, the demand for garden in this country is in thousands. So you don't expect one project to be able to address the entire national demand. That said, that forms the basis for our projects being 1 or 2 or 3 being involved in addressing the garden challenges in this country. So currently we have about 3 projects. They are not necessarily operating in the same area, and not necessarily all of them are only working on gardens. Gardens are part of their package. But yes, they all have garden component given the need and demand for gardens nationwide.
Any further supplementary? Question number 326 of 2024 by the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Minister. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister has promised this August Assembly that there will be enough fertilizer across the country. Could the Honorable Minister for Agriculture inform this August Assembly what led to the scarcity of fertilizer in Lower Badibu, and in Lower Badibu in particular, and North Bank in general? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. During the 2023 farming season, the Ministry of Agriculture, through the National Food Security, Processing and Marketing Corporation, received 35,000 metric tons of fertilizer. This comprised of 15,000 metric tons supplied by the World Bank through the Giraffe project and 20,000 tons supplied by the government of the Gambia. The National Food Security Processing and Marketing Corporation had a balance of 6,000 metric tons from the previous year, making a total of 41,000 metric tons for the 2023. A total quantity of 21,919 metric tons of fertilizer was supplied to the farmers during the year's farming season, leaving a balance of 19,086 metric tons, which was stored and preserved for the 2024 farming season and also dry season activities. In preparation for 2024 farming season, the government of the Gambia purchased an additional 10,000 metric tons to ensure sufficient fertilizer available for our farmers. This is consistent with my previous report in this August Assembly, during which I stated that we had 28,000 metric tons of fertilizer in store for 2024 farming season. To date, close to 20,000 metric tons of the above quantity have been supplied to the farmers nationwide. In North Bank region in particular, where Lower Badibu is located, we have supplied through our regional depots in Kerewan, Bara, and partly Kaur, which also covers Sabak Sanjal, a total of 8,802.95 metric tons, equivalent to 176,059 bags of 50 kilos to the North Bank. Honorable Speaker, the above figures for 2023 and 2024 fertilizer sales shows consistently in the demand for fertilizer, but also reveals the impact of the effort put in place by the government of the Gambia to ensure fertilizer reaches our Gambian farmers and not taken away across the borders to other farmers who are non-Gambians. So in essence, what I'm saying, North Bank did not have any fertilizer scarcity. North Bank alone had a total of 176,000 bags of fertilizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, the availability of fertilizer, as we claim, was in sharp contrast the time I drew my question. I am a farmer. I've been on the ground and I'm still on the ground. At the beginning of the rainy season, farmers were crying for fertilizer. Not only in Lower Body, but the entire North Bank region. He said fertilizer is available in North Bank. I'm telling him his statement is in direct contrast with the prevailing situation at North Bank. What will be your take on this? If I should tell you that farmers were crying for fertilizer at the beginning of the rainy season. And in fact, it led to the stunted growth of some of the crops, namely maize and coos. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. If you ask me what is my take on this, I will categorically deny your statement. I personally made a tour of the entire country and I was in Kerewan Depot myself. I was in Kaur myself. I was in Bara myself. Yes, when you said there was an access issue at the beginning of the rainy season, because what happened this year, in previous years, the GGC was only dealing primarily with cooperatives. And there have been so many issues regarding payment. That led to a mixture of the cooperatives and some private individuals to improve access. However, that approach has also emerged with certain challenges. So at the beginning of the rainy season, there were issues of access. But to say shortage of fertilizer, I will definitely deny that. And personally, I was in Kerewan, Kaur, and Bara, and there was fertilizer in these warehouses. And as we speak, there is fertilizer in Kerewan, there is fertilizer in Bara and in Kaur. Thank you.
Thank you so much. But I can honestly tell you that at the beginning of the rainy season, you said there was, of course,
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Yes.
It's the same that you said in your supplementary question. You cannot put on this. Okay, sit down first. Please, honorable members. You are to ask questions. No, you cannot be saying the same thing.
No, he said, it's not true that the claim that the fertilizer was gas. It's not true. And he said it's not true.
Please, honorable member, he responded to your question. Please, no, please. You.
I will not accept that. I am telling you what I know. I've been on the ground in your body. I'm not if you say it's not true. This is what I'm saying.
Honorable member, you ask a question.
Allow me to step in.
No. Please wait. You, honorable member, please wait. You have right. Honorable member, you have right to your supplementary questions. You asked a question and you are making statement. I said, please ask your question. You did. And you said, what he told you is false, is contrast to what you have found. He responded. He said, what he is telling this August Assembly is the truth. And you came back again, making the same statement again that you made during your previous supplementary, that wanted me to interject and said, please go straight. And then you have the right to ask your second supplementary question. But in a parliamentary manner, please go ahead and ask your second supplementary question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nominated member Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. I am not denying what the member for Lower Badibu was saying, but I also am a native of Kerawan, and I happen to facilitate a group of women in Kerawan through somebody, which the minister was there, and he helped them to get this fertilizer. Thank you.
They are our only few cherished women in this parliament. Yes, they are allowed to make statements. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, now the member for Lower Salem, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, the people of Lower Salem must thank you the adequate of fertilizers that was given to us. And again, in my question here, fertilizers is given both the MPK 1515 adequately. But why should you come with the initiative whereby you will introduce organic fertilizers to the farmers? Because we can see the work and what government is spending on fertilizers is too huge. Can you bring with this organic fertilizer for the farmers?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Salem. Yes, you are right. And as a matter of fact, I think I have said this in my last appearance here, that the government has contracted an organic fertilizer manufacturer locally, 6,000 metric tons, and he's been supplying almost 1,000 tons annually. This year, as we speak, he has supplied to the Ministry of Agriculture directly to the DOA over 1,000 metric tons, which we are distributing at no cost to the farmers. All this we are doing to attract farmers to adapt to organic fertilizer. Because it's one thing for the ministry or the government to just switch and start ordering in mass, but it's another thing for the farmers to appreciate and start asking for it. So what the ministry did is to introduce organic fertilizer at no cost, and as we speak, we have the fertilizer and we are mainly giving it to vegetable gardens and some women. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the member for Latikona Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister, I think Honorable Member for Lower Body was vindicated. Yourself, you said there was access problem to access fertilizer. You're going to access something. You're going to have something if you don't access it. And as I'm speaking to you also, I had this access problem in Kia.
Point of order. Point of order. No, point of order.
There is point of order from the member for Jimara.
Please.
There is point of order from the member for Jimara.
No, I'm not withdraw. Honorable Order 38-2. Ale? No. 38-2. No speech shall be made by any member in asking a question, and no debate shall be permitted in any. No.
You know, the member was deliberate in his act of disobeying the standing orders. So he knew he was out of order. and so sustained. The member was out of order. I now give the floor to the member for Fonyi Councillor. Member for Lower Nyomi, Upper Nyomi, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I heard the minister was saying that, they are giving this organic fertilizer free to farmers, especially women gardeners, which was so endear to me. So I just want to ask you, what is the impression, what is the, farmers' perception towards the organic fertilizer?
Honorable Speaker, point of order. There is point of order from member for Kiang West.
Honorable, no point of order, demand. Honorable Speaker, this has no relation to our question. This is political question.
Honorable Speaker,
please, people want to go.
Here is not a joking place. Let the procedure continue. Please. No.
Member for Kiang West, you are out of order. Please refrain from such. Minister, proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that the farmer from Kiang himself said the farmers are happy. So maybe that has answered the question from Honorable Member for Opanyomi. Yes, actually the farmers, especially the women farmers, the vegetable producers, are highly appreciative of the organic fertilizer. They are adapting to it. I just want to give a little caveat because people have the misconception about cost. Because when you're applying organic fertilizer, you might have to be applying it several times, several rounds in the year, and that may add up the cost, close to the cost of the chemical fertilizer. However, it has a lot more advantages, and the farmers are adapting to it very well. And we hope that farmers will start buying, because we are not going to continue with the free supply. It was only meant as an introductory phase. Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Livestock and Food Security, thank you very much for those answers provided. And of course, you can see members are very happy with the fertilizer as attested to by the member for Kiang West. We want to thank you sincerely for that. Honorable members, thank you very much for your time. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 12 September 2024 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stand adjourned until Thursday, 12 September 2024 at 10 a.m.